Bob, for some reason, I can't open up my full board packet. Is anyone else having that problem, or is it just probably just me?
I opened mine, Suzanne.
You did?
Yeah. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Rich, can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Hey, how you doing, Dan?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm always looking forward to your backgrounds. I have a feeling might be real. This one.
Nope. This is I went closing night of Gotham Bar and Grill. I had a bunch of gift cards, and we had to go that night to use them all up. Probably wasn't that safe.
I guess mine was lost in the mail.
I had gotten them. My parents had some. Whatever. We had $700 worth of gift cards. And we couldn't use them all. But it was a zoo. It was like the last night of Studio 54. Not quite. No. Oh, I had another one for you, Dan. We're in Vanity Fair this week. The Daily Mail takes over America, so I've used that as the cover. But,
oh, that's nice. It's a good self-promotion.
Thank you. Yeah. Worst month ever to be in a magazine. Right? Newsstand sales are 0. Leave me alone.
Was newsstand sales a big part of your business? I can't imagine.
No, not ours, but for Vanity Fair it still is, but it's 0 for us. Well, for the paper in London, it's everything. They don't have home delivery in England. It's all people going down to the newsagent or maybe going to the train station. So it's been rough.
Will our meeting notes be up the whole time? Because for some reason I can't open up the packet, but it doesn't really matter if we're going to be seeing the docs on the screen the whole time.
Let me see. Hold on.
Is it on the screen?
That we won't have the
now,
document
correct?
on the screen.
It's on the screen now, and if it's
Well, I just put it up to it's the agenda for the public.
oh, I see. Okay.
I had it open and I tried to close it thinking it was my document, but it's yours. Is that it, Carter?
That's correct.
Sharing the screen.
That's why I couldn't close it.
Anyway, if someone doesn't mind trying to email me the packet, I don't know.
I got it.
I didn't open Bob's.
I got it, Suzanne. I got you. I got it right here.
Thank you so much, Rich. I will now mute myself.
Hey, Bob, do you know how to pronounce Samir's last name?
I guess it would be Lavingia.
Okay, I'll try that.
Hey, Carter.
How are we looking on quorum?
About to unmute myself for that. We have quorum.
Okay. Give it just another minute.
Hey, Carter, it's Mark.
Hi, Mark. You can begin.
How are you? Just well, I have the agenda up. I have the agenda up, but I have the audio muted. Let me know when you want me to go up with the audio.
Okay.
So just so you know, who's ever controlling this, on your end, the first public speaker I'm going to be calling upon is going to be Joseph Tedeschi. And the second was going to be Samir Lavingia, and then Tony Simone. So those, if you could identify those three, if they're, so you might be able to unmute them. Those are the only three that are going to be speaking tonight. The rest
Yeah,
are
what we'll do is we'll ask those three people to raise their hands. So I see Samir has already raised his hand.
Mhm.
I don't see Tony on here yet. And
Carter, can you take this agenda off the screen? Or you want to leave it on all night?
oh no, I'm not going to leave it on all night. This is, you know, we just so the public is aware of what we're going to be speaking about. And just for members of the public, you can find the full board package on our website. It's on the calendar. Is that correct, Bob?
Yes, I'm going to make an announcement when I do my
You're
report.
muted. Yeah, I don't have audio up yet.
Okay. Mark, do you want to, you can go ahead and start the audio and start the, so
Go ahead.
okay. Just want to welcome everybody to Community Board 2's April full board meeting. We had just had the agenda up on the screen for people to have a chance to review what we're going to be discussing tonight. Also, the board package of the materials that we'll be discussing during our standing committee reports is available on our website. And that should, you should be able to download that. It will be marked draft as we have not yet voted on the full board for those items. We're going to move over to attendance now for the board members. Valerie, do you want to go ahead?
Yep. All right. Okay. Susanna Aaron,
Present.
Keenberger. Okay. Carter Booth,
Present?
Katie Bordenaro, Anita Brandt.
Here.
Thank you. Brenna,
Here.
Rich Cacapolo,
Here.
Ritu Chaudhry,
Here.
Tom Connor, Coral Dawson, Dolorosa, Doris Neither, can't see the name. Robert Ely,
Here.
Mar Fitzgerald.
Off or on?
Thank you.
Doesn't look.
Cormac Flynn,
Over here. Over here.
Joseph Gallagher,
Here.
Susan Gammy, David Gruber,
Here.
Wayne Kawadler.
Here.
Thank you. Susan Kent,
Here.
Janine Kiley,
Here.
Patricia Laria,
Here.
Michael Levine,
Here.
Janet Liff,
Here.
Ed Ma, Maud Marin, Matthew Metzger,
Here.
Daniel Miller,
Here.
Brian Pape,
Here.
Donna Raftery,
Here.
Lois Rakoff, Bo Riccobono,
Here.
Robin Rothstein,
Here.
Sandy Russo, Rocio Sands,
Here.
thank you, Scott Sartiano,
Here.
Shirley Secunda, we saw her on earlier, Kristen Shea, Frederica Siegel,
Here.
thank you, Georgia Silvera Siemens,
Here.
Shirley Smith,
Here.
Chenault Spence,
Here.
Susan Wittenberg,
Here.
Anthony Wong,
Present.
and Adam Zeldin. Great, thank you.
And we're now going to move over into the public session. Dan, do you want to begin that? Do you want to summarize the submitted, or would you like to call on people first?
Well, I'll just kind of explain it. Thank you very much, Carter, for the introduction. I'm the first vice chair. My name is Dan Miller. We have 5 speakers for this evening's public session. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, 3 of which are going to be speaking, the other 2 have provided written testimony. So the following speakers, Joseph Tedeschi, Samir Lavingia, and Tony Simone. Get ready to unmute your microphone when I call your name. The very first is going to be Joseph. If there's an issue hearing you after a few seconds, I'll move on to the next speaker, but we'll certainly give you another chance to read your testimony. That was asked to actually, before tonight's meeting, before 5 p.m., you needed to actually make this request. So if we see your hand up and you didn't make that request, you'll have an opportunity at the next full board meeting. So tonight we just have 5 recognized speakers. So Joseph, if you might introduce yourself and let us know where you live.
Great. Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a New York City resident. I live downtown on Franklin Street, and I've been a resident of New York City and Brooklyn for the better part of over 50 years at this point, if I can date myself. And I realize that we're speaking tonight against the background of a health crisis that has touched and affected many of us. And I want the opportunity to speak because it seems that we're at a time when we're seeing cities around the world moving very quickly and very ambitiously to reclaim vital street space and sidewalks. There are many reasons for this, health-wise, safety-wise, and environmentally. And it's also an opportunity to reallocate space for people who need to walk, cycle, and who need micromobility with the new and added urgency of a need for social distancing now and likely for some time after the crisis. And I feel that many times when we discuss adding sidewalk space or street space or bike lanes, it has the feeling, to me at least, of sometimes fighting over crumbs when you look at how much space is allocated to motor vehicles, cars, and parking throughout our city, particularly downtown where I live. I firmly believe we need more people space, more human space now, and probably urgently than at any time in the past. My wife and I, we walk and shop in Soho nearly every day, although we're trying to limit our time to follow shelter-in-place orders. By very personal experience, I think it's impossible to socially distance on Spring Street if there's even one other person walking on the street. I think this applies to Broome and Lower Broadway if there's 1 or 2 people certainly on the street and we find ourselves navigating between parked cars, sidewalks, and street space, which is a little bit unsettling.
I don't know if we put the timing for you, but you're going to have to wrap it up.
I used up my time. Look, basically, I appreciate the opportunity to address the board and to urge the need to act as other cities are, suddenly and ambitiously, and with improvisation and creativity to create more sidewalk and street space for social distancing, for safety, and for other reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Carter, I see that Speaker Johnson is with us. Should we give him an opportunity?
We have also Councilmember Rivera, who has a time limit of when she has to leave. Do we want to, Speaker or Councilmember Rivera, would you like the opportunity to speak now and address us, or would you like to wait a few minutes?
I'm happy to let Carlina go first.
Okay, that's very nice, Corey. You're so sweet. Corey and I have had a really long day, so I appreciate that. I know it's a long day for every single person. I realize it is a very stressful time, and while we might be trying to do what we can from our homes, that we have these moments of feeling maybe despondent or helpless, but just know that these meetings, keeping our government going, is really, really important for democracy, for what the council is trying to do, and of course, to just advocate on issues that I think are important at every level of government. So we're very, very, I guess, dependent on some of the federal intervention in terms of monies coming into our city. It hasn't gone as well as we think it should, We're still waiting for more help to renters, to our small businesses, and certainly to our hospital system. But we do have people in Washington who are fighting very, very hard. Senator Schumer and Gillibrand and our congressional delegation trying to make sure that we get the money that we need. But the council, and Corey will likely talk about this a lot, is facing some serious budget cuts. And we are trying to be responsible and balanced in what we are funding, and with always a focus on public health. So last week we held our first virtual stated. We've held, I don't know, probably like 4 or 5 hearings virtually. At this point, we just had one today, Oversight and Investigations on Racial Disparities, which I thought was a really great hearing. We're trying to pass legislation to help small businesses and give rent relief, and of course, prioritize public health and make sure that we're working with all of you as we're doing this. So I am the chair of the Committee on Hospitals. It has been quite the experience in talking to our hospital systems. I know that you hear on the news that our hospital systems are working as one. That is more of a theory than in practice. Our public hospital system has been incredibly overwhelmed and face a disproportionate strain. This was pre-pandemic, and it certainly is during the pandemic. And so we're hoping that as we're looking to how we can equitably fund our hospital system, that we're also looking at the formula in terms of charity dollars and how that money is dispersed and allocated among each hospital. We have communities that have certainly been hit very, very hard. And we're working with those council members and our elected officials to make sure that there is a collaborative effort. So again, I don't want to take too much time. I'm not sure if you have time for questions, but working on our hospital systems, looking at how we can provide a little bit of relief for renters, trying to save our small businesses, and of course, looking at innovative and creative solutions for how to promote safe social distancing. I know you just had someone in public session testify for open streets. That is my legislation, along with Speaker Johnson, to look at how we can responsibly take neighborhoods that have issues of overcrowding and perhaps not just give them the room they need to take a walk and stretch their legs, but to look at how we can be creative in terms of linear parks. Can this be a solution for our restaurants for more like al fresco dining in the months ahead in order to support them? And really just my office is working around the clock. We have hundreds of volunteers over the past few weeks. We've made thousands of calls. Just earlier today, we dropped food boxes at 2 buildings, including the low-income building that I grew up in, as well as a senior development. And I don't go out every day, but if we're short on volunteers, or if I want to make sure that I'm keeping in touch with some people, I do go out there. If you are interested in volunteering, you can go out with us on deliveries. We will make sure that you are safe with a mask, with gloves. If that is not really what you're interested in, that's okay too. We do a ton of work remotely. We provide people with a list of individuals to call who are elderly or who have physical limitations or who are immunocompromised. We give you that list of people. We give you a script and a referral sheet in terms of resources so that we can reach as many people as possible. There are millions of New Yorkers who are food insecure before the pandemic and especially now, and we want to make sure we're taking care of them, our students, and of course, all the frontline healthcare workers. So I got to give a lot of credit to Speaker Johnson. He has been a tremendous leader in this effort, and we're still looking for more solutions and more things we can do to help every single New Yorker.
I have a question for you. It's true that we have to help our renters, but we have a lot of small business landlords as well. This has been a common question in our meetings. How do we protect them from folks not paying the rents and then defaulting?
Well, if you look at some of the bills that are in Albany, not only is it to provide rent relief to tenants, but there is also a potential fund for small landlords. I have a ton of nonprofits who also have storefront space, and I want to make sure that they are also receive their fair share of support. So we're trying to be creative in terms of how we can help people that cannot pay the rent that is due tomorrow, but also look at the small landlords and how we can be fiscally responsible in terms of helping them as well.
Thanks. Are there other board members with questions? You either raise your hand. I don't see any.
Corey's on, so listen,
Yeah,
I'm not
I don't see any hands that are raised, so.
I'm not offended. I'm going to put my little volunteer info right in the chat box. You can help us out, but of course you can always ask questions on any of the legislation you hear in the city council, or maybe if you have a question on something the mayor said. And I thank you all very much for the time to speak to you today, and I hope that you are well. If you need anything, let me know, and please stay safe. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
I see that we have one question from Georgia. Did you have a question for?
Yes. In terms of the open streets, I'm curious about some of the criteria in addition to neighborhoods that are under-resourced in terms of park and open space. What other criteria are you considering in the street selection?
First and foremost, we're looking at neighborhoods where we've noticed there are already issues, social distancing. Also where we have reports of, families who are, large families who are kind of crammed into 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. So I can give you a couple of examples in the Bronx that I've had some of my colleagues reach out to me regarding, or even in Jackson Heights and the Elmhurst parts of Queens. So we want to look at where there have already been examples of overcrowding, and then of course how we can extend or expand on existing recreational space. So we want to go to areas where people are already used to the streets being closed as well. Maybe it's summer streets, maybe it's weekend walks, maybe it's a marathon route, or where you would typically have street festivals. But first and foremost is to promote safe social distancing for communities that are disproportionately affected who do not have the room. So that's first and foremost. I think later on we can look at other areas, again, to help some of our small businesses who are forced to operate on very, very, very narrow sidewalks, or of course some of the areas where some of our essential workers are having issues in terms of their commute. Very, very crowded bus stations, for example, which is unsafe. And we're going to be working with community boards, and I realize there might be some areas where you think this is a terrible idea, and that's okay too. But of course, our civic and block associations, our business improvement districts, our community boards, and of course the NYPD and the Department of Transportation.
So just as a follow-up question on that, can you explain to us, because there's been some confusion and people aren't aware of all the details, what is the temporary duration? What is the vision of that? And the bill is sort of, it's a little bit unclear as to, I think it mentions gatherings of 100 people. I could be incorrect though.
Well, the bill, thank you for the question. And thank you so much. I just wanted to ask, I wanted to just thank you for your question as well about open streets. So right now the bill language says it's going to be for the duration of the crisis of what we're on pause, or I don't want to, we've kind of left it open to create a pilot program that we could potentially see. In the bill itself, the language says that we're going to have a reporting mechanism to review it in about a month or so. So we want to have short-term goals and of course potentially long-term goals, and we're going to use this time to see how we can review that.
Great. There's a couple other questions. Michael Levine.
Okay.
Michael Levine, you had a question?
Thank you for all of your work. We really appreciate it. It may be premature to ask you this question, and perhaps that this might be appropriate as well for Speaker Johnson, but you mentioned budget cuts. Is it too soon to determine where we might see budget cuts in the future? Would they be across the board? Would they be specific services that would experience budget cuts? Is there any answer you could give to us now, or is that something we need to wait for shortly in the future?
I'll let Corey talk a little bit about this, but we are looking at substantial cuts to some agencies more than others. If you look kind of in a larger scope, our Department of Youth and Community Development, DYCD, which has a lot of our youth programs, experience substantial cuts. But right now it's a little bit up in the air. We're still kind of working with Albany. We're seeing what happens with the next kind of tranche of money from the federal government, but it will fairly be across the board. Of course, we have essential services that will have to continue, but a lot of the programming, especially for our young people, seem to be on that chopping block. And Corey and I have expressed this publicly. We find that to be very, very problematic, especially keeping our young people busy during the summer months when the pools are closed, the beaches might be closed, and there are no jobs specifically tailored for young people. So we have priorities, but we're expecting budget cuts across the board. And then we're gonna restore what we think is the most important, which are like our basics, you know, food and health care and housing and education, and then of course, transportation.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I also see had a question from Lois.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi,
Good.
Lois.
Hi, Carlina. It's Lois. How are you? I'm the CB2 rep to now Gouverneur, as you know, or you didn't know.
I did, but I forgot.
It's okay. It's okay. Gouverneur was talking about re-examining places for more beds, such as the auditorium and other places. And I was wondering if other public hospitals were exploring or reinventing places for more beds.
From what I
Did you hear my question?
Yes, I heard your question.
Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you so much, Lois. Do you mean beds for COVID-19
Yes.
patients?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Interesting. You know, I hadn't really heard that they were looking to create more beds. When we set up numerous field hospitals, we were at that point when we were going right up to the apex, to that peak. And that's why we had Jacob Javits. That's why we had the Comfort. I do think that the Javits and the Comfort were actually two of just collectively probably one of the biggest failures of the entire pandemic in terms of who was actually seen and how many patients were treated at these areas. But right now our hospitals are coming back to a balance. We're still not at the point where we can ease restrictions at all, but I don't know of any hospitals looking for additional areas for beds beyond what they have right now. What we are looking for is to eventually expand on testing sites. We can't expand on testing sites because we need more of the supplies, the reagents, the swabs. Right. We just need more testing. The sites won't be the issue. So as soon as we get those supplies, we'll be able to expand, but there are a number of sites at NYCHA developments, at some of our H&H hospitals and clinics. And there's expected to be 30 sites at H&H facilities alone, all 11 hospitals, including Gouverneur, and a number of NYCHA developments. So the focus right now is on testing, but of course there are hundreds, probably still about 800 people just within the public health system alone that are still on ventilators. So it's still a very, very serious issue. The longer you're on a ventilator, the chances of you coming off of the ventilator do go down. But I don't know if anyone looking for more beds, but they are still looking to make sure that they have enough PPE just to live up to the standards that we have enough personnel, because I think we will see at the end of this, when we crunch the numbers, that we lost a tremendous amount of people, nurses, doctors, et cetera, during the pandemic.
Yes.
Thanks, Lois.
Thank you.
Shirley? Hold on, I'll unmute you, Shirley.
Oh,
there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Carlina. Back to opening of streets. Just wondered if you, council and mayor, have gotten to some kind of timetable as to when you will get to each neighborhood. In other words, when you think you might get to community board 2.
Well, that's a good question. I'll let the speaker talk a little bit about his conversations with the mayor. Okay. The mayor has also done some things without speaking to the council, and that includes the unveiling of his task forces. We actually had no participation in the determination of that. But I think right now what we have is a breakdown of where we're going to focus. Where we're going to focus is the first miles that we have. We're going to look to be working with the NYPD, and we're looking directly in areas like right around parks where we could extend it, where we see crowding. So I don't know how soon CB2 is up, but please know that we take all of your resolutions very, very seriously, and that will all be considered. We don't think that this program is going to work in every single neighborhood. It's not going to work in some parts of the city. the city, Manhattan, that's like a New Yorker thing. And then it's not gonna work in some areas in the outer boroughs where they have 1 or 2 family detached homes and front and backyards, and people can all safely work from home. So, you know, again, it's not gonna be in every single neighborhood. It'll be the places that we really need it. And of course, we're gonna consider your recommendations, absolutely.
Great, thanks. And next, Rocio.
Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see you all. I just want to make a comment rather than a question. And my comment is to just always remember that small landlords also need help during this pandemic. And it's not fair to think that landlords can be the big guys that can afford to back everyone up. And tenants cannot afford the rent. We understand that. But small landlords cannot afford to carry the burden of everybody else's weight. So I just wanted to remind everyone of this particular problem that we have as a small landlord.
Thank you for your comment. I remember we had a conversation similar to supporting small landlords and our nonprofit landlords back in, remember on Bleecker Street thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're just about at 7 o'clock, so I just wanted to acknowledge 7 o'clock. I'm not sure wherever anybody else is, but hearing the first few people in the background starting to cheer. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Bo, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just, Carlene, without getting, Carlene,
yelling, don't worry.
Hi. Bo Riccobono, Carlina, hi.
Hi, Bo, it's nice to see you.
You too. I don't want to get into the weeds of commercial real estate, but I read that you were sponsoring a bill, maybe I'm wrong, but I think you were sponsoring a bill to change the terms of good guy guarantees and commercial leases, I guess for a period of time. I'm not sure about the details. I'm just wondering if that has advanced in the council and what you think the prospects are of passing that.
Well, we do have a bill to work on the personal liability for commercial tenants. There's a lot of technicality associated with this bill. What I would say is that some people are worried that it'll interfere with contracts, but you know, this is something that will be a temporary suspension that I think is warranted in a crisis. So we did have a hearing yesterday. I guess it was yesterday. This is a bill that I have with the speaker. Again, it's to prohibit the enforcement of some of these clauses in order to protect tenants from personal ruin and bankruptcy. And again, this would be, I think, something that could be done to really help save our small businesses. Now, again, always realizing that there are landlords out there who need to pay taxes and they have a number of expenses. And I have called for a delay in numerous tax payments, but again, that is at the state level. There's a lot that can be done there, and I don't know when they're gonna reconvene. So I do have a bill around personal liabilities and helping to support our small businesses. And we did have a hearing. We received many people came to testify, some in support, some in opposition. So we're gonna take all that feedback back, and we're gonna try to figure out how we do something that can help keep our mom and pops open, but also realize that small businesses also have a tremendous amount of payments that are also due.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Council Member Rivera. There's a lot of noise in the background where I am also. Thank you very much. All right, so Speaker Johnson, are you ready?
Thanks, everyone.
Wanted to wish you a happy belated birthday.
Thank you, Carter. It's nice to see you, and it's good to be with everyone on CB2, and also good to see a person I love, Deborah Glick. We've been doing a lot of these together, so it's nice to see you, Deborah, as well. I don't know if Brad is on or anyone else, but it's great to see you all. I'm going to keep my remarks pretty brief because I think the most important part is the Q&A. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. I'll just try to give a general overview of where I think we are right now. I'm not going to speak about the healthcare crisis that we're in. Carlina talked about it. You all have been following it. But I think the really difficult, one of the most difficult things about this moment is you have the healthcare crisis coupled with the economic devastation and crisis that is going on right now in the city, in the state, and across the country. And, excuse me, and the council, we are really concerned. I saw that Michael asked a question before about the budget. You know, projected just a couple of weeks ago was that the city was facing an $8 billion budget gap, which is, you know, gigantic, unprecedented. $8 billion will affect everything: schools, public housing, transportation, healthcare, everything. And then today we got some updated numbers, and we think that number is now going to be north of $10 billion, a $10 billion budget hole that the city is facing. Never ever seen anything like this in the history of the city of New York before. Deborah, I'm sure we'll talk about it, but the state is facing a $10 to $15 billion budget hole as well. So what is really critical, both for the pause moment that we're in right now and for coming out of this, when we are able to start to slowly reopen, is we are going to need those federal dollars and revenue replacement money from Washington. And you saw Mitch McConnell say last week that he didn't want to give any state and local aid. I mean, it was a shameful, totally insane comment in so many ways. New York City and New York State give $100 billion more every 4 years than we get back from the federal government, and that is going to states like Kentucky and to other states across the country. And so when you're facing a $10 billion hole at the city level and the state's facing a $10 to $15 billion hole on the state level, the only way out of this, one of the only ways out of this, is through federal intervention and help. So we every day have been focused on the city's budget. We have to go through the budget process from now until June. The mayor proposed his executive budget. We are not in favor of a lot of the things that he put in there.
Bear with me, sorry.
We're not in favor of a lot of the things that he put in there. So it will be a real negotiation and process moving forward, and a lot of it hinges on this next stimulus bill. The next thing I'll say, and there might be questions on this, you know, we're in this mode of trying to look at the long-term impacts from a budget perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, from a healthcare perspective, long-term what happens with schools, and then on a daily basis. My office is working 24/7. Eric and Matt and Pat are on this call, who you all know, working to get young people tablets and computers who still haven't received them from the Department of Education, moving homeless individuals and domestic violence victims into hotel rooms, trying to get food pantries reopened that have been closed. So it's a triage thing every day of dealing with the short-term issues and problems that we're seeing in communities across the city. And then I'll just end with this so we can go to questions. You know, a lot of people are wondering, what is the path to reopening? What does that look like? And I'll just very quickly sketch out what I think the necessary steps are to even begin that process. You've seen the governor and mayor talk a lot about trying to ramp up testing. We are only doing a fraction, a tiny fraction of the testing that we need to be doing right now. We need to be doing basically hundreds of thousands of tests every single day in the city. We're going to need community testing, neighborhood testing in every neighborhood across the entire city, where people will be called to come, depending on their name in the alphabet or the street they live on, to come and get tested. That effort needs to be coupled with an army of contact tracers. We need to hire between 8,000 and 12,000 New Yorkers who are going to have to train. You saw the governor and former Mayor Bloomberg talk about this earlier today, who will do massive contact tracing once we start that massive community testing. You then have to couple that with quarantine space so that people are not going home once they test positive and infecting the rest of their family. So you're going to need to set up hotels and other places that will deal with those folks. And then you're going to need surveillance, technology that doesn't violate people's civil liberties, but can track these numbers so people can report it. You're still going to have mandatory mask wearing, and you're still going to have social distancing in place even when we start to reopen. Those are the things that get us to reopen. And I don't think we're close to actually having the capacity to do those things in the short term. So the council's focused on this as well. We were not part of the mayor's plans to set up these task force with the First Lady, then with other folks. We weren't told of it until minutes before. You know, they're doing what they're doing. We're going to continue to do oversight. We're going to continue to stay close to communities and neighborhoods across New York City. We had our first stated meeting last week. We've had 5 committee hearings almost every single day since that stated meeting, and we're going to continue to do it. I'll just tell you, I'm really grateful to see all your faces. These days are really hard, but the best part is staying emotionally connected, seeing Deborah and Keen and Bob and Bo and all Lois and Carter and all of you. Shirley is just really wonderful, and I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Great, thanks. I also wanted to thank you for all of your work on the Gansevoort site for the restrictive declaration with the Aurora Capital. Really, you and your office did a really great job, and I'm going to be addressing it in our chair's report, but we had a really great outcome. Thank you for your patience and your office's patience in working with us, and the applicants come out with the best possible solution for everyone.
Yeah, I want to second that.
And I see Frederica, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Corey, thanks for being with us. I have 2 questions. They're problems. They may not have been of your making, but I'm interested in what you think about them. Number 1 is sending gallon containers of hand sanitizer to NYCHA. And number 2 is spending $5 million on iPads to seniors who have never probably turned on an iPad before.
I don't understand, Frederica. The first question was what about the hand sanitizer?
I had heard that there was a lot of hand sanitizer. The governor made a big issue out of sending hand sanitizer to NYCHA, but it turned out that it arrived in containers that were so enormous that they had no way of utilizing them. In the same way, they spent $5 million on iPads to seniors who were living isolated lives who had no idea what to do with them either.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many problems on a daily basis and so much dysfunction in so many ways about the rapid fire decisions that have been made and that are being made. And I think it shows how important good management is to actually good governance and good government. I can't speak specifically about some of these decisions. You know, a lot of them were done outside of the council's purview, though we can ask about them as part of the executive budget hearings, which are coming up starting next week when we go through our executive budget process, where we're going to have all the agencies, the Department for the Aging, the folks that run and work at NYCHA, they're going to come before us in front of every single council committee. We've been having these remote hearings, as I said, every single day. We haven't had a chance to have all those agencies in yet. So many of the questions that you have and that I have, we haven't had the opportunity to answer. And some of the questions we have asked outside of a committee structure to the administration, we are not getting answers in a timely and I think full way about how these decisions have been made. So I don't have an exact answer on those gallons of hand sanitizer at NYCHA or on the iPads. I think both of them had good intentions, but both of them were not done with the level of specificity and nuance and thought that you
they add up to a lot of money. And if you just amortize that over the entire city, it's hard to watch.
Yeah. A lot of waste.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. And Robin?
Hi, Corey. Thanks for being with us tonight. I know you're busy with a million things. Completely different topic. I've become an avid cyclist over the last 6 weeks, since that's my main mode of transportation. And I mostly have been using the Greenway. And as one would expect on nicer days, which we haven't had too many of them yet, but on nicer days and certainly weekends, there's been a higher volume of people using that space. We're about to come into a 70-degree weekend and many more nice weekends. And as it gets more populated and there's different skill levels of cyclists and bladers, walkers, runners, I have some concerns about there being issues with, accidents, especially in these, there's some tight spots. In Chelsea, I've noticed tight turns, there's bollards, there's a lot of things that could cause accidents. So I'm wondering if there's just even a simple way, I don't know if it's the Department of Transportation or if it's Hudson River Park Trust, to at least put up some sort of signage to remind people to be respectful or slow down, or because it's almost like a human highway. It's a mini highway now because most people are using it. Many people are using it to get from one place to another. And I'm seeing accidents waiting to happen as it gets more populated with the nice weather. And I don't know if you or anybody else in this group has any ideas besides putting up maybe some signage to just remind people to be cautious and respectful, and everybody should share the space equally. Thanks.
It's so nice to see you, Robin. I wish I was wherever you are with that nice background. I want to say, thank you for the question. I know that HRPT, as what I've heard, has been trying to work with the administration to figure out ways to relieve some of the pressure off of the park, and not just the park area, but the Greenway as well. I think they are cognizant and recognize the issues that you are talking about. One of the goals of the legislation that Carlina and I put forward on open streets is try to relieve some of the pressure. I was getting a lot of complaints from people that live in West Village houses or the Far West Village, who were saying that when they were going to the Hudson River Park, it felt so crowded and so busy. You had runners who were not wearing masks, and social distancing couldn't happen in a proper way, that people felt unsafe. And to relieve that pressure, we think that in some of the most crowded places, you can open up adjacent streets. Now, for the Greenway itself, before the pandemic hit, it was the busiest Greenway in the United States of America. And now with the pandemic in effect, it is way busier than it ever was before because of everyone needing a place to go and recreate. So I'm happy to have my office work with Deborah and Brad and the other elected officials to see if we can help come up with a solution with HRPT and the administration to find signage or other areas that could help for the Greenway. I just wanted to say one more thing. I don't know if there are more questions, but just to go to what Daniel said and what Rocio said before about kind of landlords. I think it's a really important point that is being made. And I just want to make kind of a broader point about this issue of helping renters, of helping landlords, of helping mortgage holders, of helping everyone who's suffering right now. The city and the state can't do this on our own. So even these great big ideas that folks have, we can sort of tinker around the edges a little bit, but we need to think about these things as really a full food chain. Renters pay the rent, which helps the landlord pay the mortgage or the property taxes or the real estate taxes. The property taxes and the real estate taxes make up $30 billion of the city's budget. So if you are not thinking about the entire food chain of renter to landlord to mortgage to property taxes, you're not thinking about it in a full way. If people stopped paying their rent and they could afford to pay their rent, or we don't figure out relief for landlords, then that's going to make our budget situation even worse, because so many of these payments go to pay property taxes and real estate taxes, which fund education and transportation and public housing. And so all of the solutions that are being talked about, we really need federal intervention and help. I'm sure Deborah and Brad will talk about it because they've been working with their colleagues in the legislature on this, but there have been some plans put forward by assembly members and state senators calling for a $10 billion package from Washington to help renters and landlords. You would take that money and you would pay landlords directly for tenants that can't pay, and then landlords would use that money to pay the loans, to pay the taxes, to kind of keep that food chain going in the right way. But I think we need to think about it in that full way, because you can't think about just one piece. They are all interconnected: renters, mortgage holders, small landlords, tenants, property taxes, mortgage recording taxes, real estate taxes, and any solution that's going to be a real workable solution needs to think about that entire pipeline and how none of it can get clogged, because if it does, it affects everything else.
Carter, I think you're muted.
You're muted, Carter.
I just wanted to, thanks, Corey. I just wanted to mention to board members, we have a number of other elected officials waiting to speak as well. Some are on a tight timeline. So if you could just keep your questions brief as we go forward and on point, that would be great. Thanks. Ritu?
Hi, Corey. Thanks so much for everything you're doing. And Carlina, thank you very much for being innovative and thinking ahead of the curve. My question really is one about coordination. You and the City Council represent one of the densest cities in the country, the one that's hardest hit. And how well is the coordination going between you, the council, the mayor's office? I should really, not you, but between the council, the mayor's office, and the governor's office? Because really, at the end of the day, there are so many head chefs in this kitchen. It must be very challenging.
Look, I don't want to, this is not me complaining in any way, because I'm grateful for, my health and being okay during these times. But I'll tell you that I'm really exhausted. I'm tired. I've been working 7 days a week for the last, 7.5 weeks, as have many of you and all of my elected official colleagues. And, part of the challenges for me personally is being responsive to all 50 members of the City Council, working with the mayor's office, working with the governor's office, working with my other colleagues in government like Deborah and Brad and Gail Brewer and all of them, being in communication with Senator Schumer and Gillibrand and the members of the congressional delegation, on the phone with constituents, doing these Zoom conferences. So it's been an overwhelming amount of work, and getting the council up and going remotely so that we could have hearings, so that we could actually vote on things. So it has been a real challenge. I'm not going to get into the mayor and governor's relationship. You've seen, even over the course of the last 7 weeks, the way they've interacted with each other. I'll tell you that I've been interacting with both of them, and it's challenging. It's not easy. Some days I'm more successful than others. And I'll just say that I think one of the biggest areas where we need coordination is really with federal help. Again, I talked about all those big problems and issues. With a $10 billion hole in our budget, we are going to be faced with making cuts we would never dream of before unless we get federal help. We got $1.4 billion in the third stimulus bill. We got some additional Medicaid money on top of that. But the real number of what we need to not be in a terrible position is we need about another $7 to $8 billion in unrestricted revenue replacement federal aid. And with the Senate Republicans in the White House saying, no, they don't want to do this, it's putting us in a very difficult position. So I've been on the phone with Senator Schumer and Gillibrand very frequently, as well as the members of Congress who represent our district and the entire city. That's where we need the help. And if you had a normal president, not a malignant narcissist in the White House, you would be able to have federal coordination. You would have a president that would invoke the Defense Production Act to say, make the tests, make the reagents, we're going to coordinate and give the tests out across the country. He would have done it on ventilators. He would have done it on personal protective equipment. The federal government is crucial here, because right now, states and cities are still competing against each other for purchasing tests, for purchasing equipment, which is driving the cost up. Same thing on food. There should be federal coordination on food. There's not. So that's one of the big challenges. I'll leave it there. I want to let Deborah and Brad go. Carter, thank you so much for having me. Anything you need, Eric and Matt and Pat from my office are going to be on, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can. And it's great to see you all. We got through the crisis of the 1970s together. We got through 9/11 together. We got through the Great Recession together. We got through Hurricane Sandy together. We will get through this together. We have to be united. We have to be smart. We have to be strategic. We have to be kind. We have to be compassionate. We are not letting Keen Berger leave Community Board 2. And if we do all of those things, we will get through this crisis. So thank you all very much for having me.
Thanks, Speaker Johnson. And again, a belated happy birthday. Brad, are you still with us? I'm taking a look down the list here. I know that you are hosting another Zoom. I don't see you on here.
Deborah's here.
Okay. Deborah, would you like to jump in?
Okay.
Assemblymember Deborah Glick. All right.
Still getting used to the format. First of all,
hi. It's really terrific to see a whole lot of faces of folks that I miss. And I wish you and your families that you stay safe, be careful. And I think that we will be, I know I will be following these protocols of lots of hand washing, wearing a mask in public for the foreseeable future. And I think that's how we're going to stay safe. Whether or not we get the level of testing that we absolutely need, but are so far behind, and far behind for stupid reasons. We could have had tests from the World Health Organization. We said no because it was the World Health Organization. And we are, I thought it was interesting that we could not get the president to ramp up for ventilators or PPE, but he was right on it when he thought that there would be a shortage of hamburgers. So he was ready to push people back into the meat packing plants because there might be a shortage of meat without any protection for the workers, I might add. I'm glad that Corey brought up the issue of the interrelatedness economically. And I repeatedly remind people that any conversations of forbearance on payment of whether it's a utility bill or rent has to be restricted to people who are unemployed and don't have the resources. Whether that's 20% unemployment or 30%, that's, 70 to 80% of people are employed. And even if they're not getting as much pay as they should, and anybody who was working in this crisis should be getting hazard pay, people should be paying their bills so that landlords cannot be left holding the bag. And it is a cycle. It is like nature is a web, our economy is a web, and we are seeing holes in it. We have to try where we can to reach across and bridge those holes in the web. And the big hole is, of course, the federal government. The first two bailouts, we're not so sure about the second one, but the first one went to all of these large businesses that had previous relationships. Now, some of them have been shamed into turning that money back. And we've been working with our congressional partners, Carolyn Maloney and Jerry Nadler, to find out what happens with that money that's been turned back by Shake Shack, it's been turned back by Ruth Chris, by the Lakers. How did the Lakers wind up getting money out of the bailout? Some of it is a little bit shocking, and of course the oversight that was supposed to come with it, the president eliminated. So we need for the state a revenue replacement that's, anywhere from $10 to $15 billion. The governor has the authority to present a plan, which any day he will, that will present cuts. The two houses of the legislature have the authority to present a different plan within 10 days. But without having federal replacement dollars, it's going to be tough. Now, just a couple of other things. We do have $25 million additional to food banks that should be coming from the state to backstop the food banks that are running out of money. The governor is also looking at some of the farmers who have lost their markets. This closing the schools eliminated a huge market for dairy products. And so you've heard of that farmers are dumping milk. We don't want them dumping milk. We want to see that repurposed for food banks. And the governor is working on that, which is good. We have a daily call with the governor's staff in order to troubleshoot. And the biggest thing has been unemployment insurance, which anybody who knows anybody who's been trying to get through the system, it is overwhelmed and complicated. If you had an easy job, like you worked for Macy's, you got unemployed, you could file online. But if you had any kind of glitch, gig workers, independent contractors, others, you wound up needing to have direct contact. That's the big problem. We had $22.5 million for summer youth in the state budget. I hope it stays in. The city was going to eliminate that program. We would like them to use the state money to the extent that it's available, so that not every kid who depends on that is out of luck. And I would just say one closing thing before I take any questions. On the Greenway congestion, that is kind of a normal circumstance, but now it's a dangerous circumstance because you need distancing. And when you're running without a face mask, which I understand it's difficult to breathe in a face mask, but if you choose to run, it's not 6 feet. It's anywhere from 12 to 20 feet behind you that your exhalation is affecting people. So people running, if that's your thing, you got to run with a face mask, or you are potentially endangering other people, and it's selfish and reckless. We already have had signs that say you have to allow at intersections for pedestrians to cross the bikeway. It has been ignored forever. So people just have to be kinder, more thoughtful, and understand that this is a difficult situation. I appreciate the notion of having more street space, since people by and large are not driving. So I leave that to the community boards to figure out in their wisdom the best places for that. I know that there were some controversies, but it wasn't intended to create destinations for people to get on a subway and come to your street. What it was to allow people in their own community to find some space where they could socially distance and be outside. I think everybody is tired of being isolating at home, especially children. It's not normal and it's difficult. So we are working. We had a conference last week. We're figuring out the legal means for us to take votes that are not challenged legally. And some of that may mean that some people have to actually be in Albany in order to conduct a session. And that may be a minimal number of people, but we're still working on that, and hopefully that will be resolved soon, because there are lots of bills being entered. We put in a bill that may not be operative immediately, but it would require all employers to maintain an inventory of a month's supply of masks and gloves for their essential workers, so that in an emergency, because this will not be the last one, even when we get a vaccine on this, climate change is creating more opportunity for pathogens that we haven't seen before, for which we have no immunity. And this won't be the last time that we face this. I chair higher ed, so the colleges are likewise facing challenges in figuring out how they will conduct classes in the fall semester. Everybody's been online and it's been not perfect. So I will stop there. Again, it's great to see you. Thank you for continuing your work. The community board is a vital part of government, and we are pleased, very pleased to see all of you. Please stay safe. I'm not hearing you. Carter?
Thank you, Assemblymember Glick. I was muted again. I've been trying to mute myself as we're all supposed to be doing, and I forgot. We have a few questions. Hopefully the board members, if you can keep the questions very brief. We've got both Senator Hoylman and Borough President Brewer waiting, and I know Senator Hoylman is on another Zoom as well, so we want to jump to them. Bob, Ely?
Yeah, hi, Deborah. Thank you so much for coming down. My question has to do with when business does return. I'm not advocating that it return anytime soon, but I'm just curious about the planning and who is going to, like, when business starts to reopen, I'm sure there's going to be certain rules or certain guidelines that are put into place for those businesses
ask a question.
to attract people to come to the business. What's that? Okay. So my question is, who is the person? Is it going to be the governor? Is it the mayor? Who actually will be the person that delivers those rules or guidance? And will it be done in such a way that business will be given notice of those rules? So in other words, if we give business, say you got to have certain personal protective gear to do certain things depending on what business you are, if it's given on Friday and they have to open up on Monday, they're not going to have all the gear. Is there going to be a plan in place in that regard?
Well, I will say this, that we are working, the governor has a team, some of it is regional, for opening up in some parts of the state that have lower density. And maybe to some extent that may be helpful to work out some of these issues before we come to the city. Because there's no question in my mind that there is going to be an extension of the pause at least till after Memorial Day, if not longer. Even though the pause is on till the 15th. They're starting to look at allowing hospitals to do elective surgery. They're talking about what kinds of rules would you have for restaurants or other places where there would be a limit on density. And as I say, it will be helpful to have other parts of the state be the first guinea pigs. I will say that I raised the issue today with the governor. Museums have been lumped in with theaters and concert halls, and they are very different. And so you're not going to be sitting right next to people in a museum. Museums are used to doing time tickets. They have security guards throughout that can enforce social distancing, as well as keeping people's hands off the art. So there are things, and you can actually sanitize as you go through the day in a museum setting, so that we're not isolated from art and things that also fill our souls, as well as working and putting money in our pocket. So I think it's three things. One, there will be some guidance from the governor. The city has a Department of Consumer Affairs that also takes complaints on worker protection. So there will be other agencies that can be enforcing social distancing and taking complaints should they not be adhered to. But I do believe that the guidance will come from the governor, and I would believe that it will come in conjunction with municipalities, because it's not just New York City, it's also Albany and other places that have similar urban settings, even if they're not as dense as we are. And I think that they're working on that now.
Great, thanks. We're going to move into sort of a speed round with the questions here. We've got a few other people going. Georgia, did you have a quick question?
I do have a quick question, and I'm going to say thank you to Deborah Glick for the funding for the youth employment program. I think it's really good. My question is it possible to have PEP, or I guess it's not PEP on Hudson River Park Trust, but some other enforcement or ticketing? I take it very personally. When I'm out for my daily exercise, I wear my mask. And I I find it incredibly irresponsible for other people who are out in public not to wear a mask. It's just so egregious, and I'm just wondering what the enforcement could be like, especially in our public open spaces. Thank you.
I think we're going to be talking with Corey and the mayor's office about that. I have seen signs that have been posted on lampposts where people have used rather colorful language about the reckless and unfortunate behavior. Yeah, I don't get why people aren't wearing masks, and I don't understand why they think they are immune. I don't know, the mayor has said he doesn't want a ticket, but if it comes to that, he will. I'm not sure what will move them. We will bring it up. We do have daily conversations with different agencies, and so we will bring that up as to in park spaces who will in fact, and I'm making a note, otherwise it could get lost in my brain, who will enforce that, because I do think that it has reached the point where you've had 2 months to figure it out, Jack, and you're not, so like somebody has to come down with a hammer.
Robin, got you.
Yeah, I just want to make a real quick distinction regarding the Greenway. I agree that there's plenty of maskless runners and that the crosswalks, you have to be thoughtful. But what I just wanted to point out was the actual volume of different types of activities on the Greenway. I think that there is I almost feel like I said, it's a mini highway, that if there was signage saying walkers stay to the right, cyclists to the left, something to remind people not to stay in the middle, because there are like speed demons who are going to try to pass you on the opposite lane. I've seen it happen, but it's not been that busy yet. And I can see an accident un-COVID related happening based on the volume of people that the Greenway is going to be attracting over the summer.
Well, I don't know, Robin, it seems to me that in warm weather, that's already been the case. Somebody with a stroller takes their life in their hands, which is one thing if you're an adult, but it's your kid. And people on bikes seem to think most people are recreational, but then there are some people who think it's the Tour de France. That I think has been there, and HRPT has tried to put up signage. There are people who use electric bikes, which are not legal on the bike path, and electric scooters, which generally aren't as fast. But some of those folks pedaling really are fast. The same thing happens in Central Park. I don't know what to say. It is a small, congested area, and people, are. We need a wider space. We need more space is what we need. And there are some places where it's clear that you're supposed to walk over here along the water and you're supposed to ride over there. And I think people maybe aren't as used to it. Maybe it's people who haven't been in the park for a long time. But I will talk to HRPT about perhaps more signage.
I'm even meaning like there's some narrow sections, not necessarily the whole way, but there's some trouble spots, that curves and where it gets narrower.
Yeah, there are places that, they need to widen.
Great, thanks. Chanel, and then Rocio afterwards.
My lightning question is about, you spoke a great deal about the workplaces being safe and gathering places being safe with the guidelines. What about the question of transportation to get to these places?
Yeah, I know what they've talked about. It is frightening. I walk to work, my staff has to take the subway, and I am concerned for them at this point. When it first started, I told them to change their hours, and they could come in later and they could leave later. And it was okay in the morning, but then it was crowded in the evening. And I just said, you know what, let's work remotely, before we were officially You know, some days before we were told to do that. I don't want people to be unsafe, and I don't really know. We're lucky in a confined area where you can walk everywhere. But if you live in Brooklyn, you live in Inwood, you got to get on a subway. And I don't, you know, I think it's going to be a challenge. You know, until there's a vaccine, or at least better treatments, people are going to be scared, and it's going to be a problem. So, you know, you're going to have to wear gloves, wear a mask, carry sanitizer, wait for a train that's less crowded. I really don't know what to say. Buses are slower, but sometimes you might be able to find a less crowded bus.
Great, thanks. Rocio.
So thank you so much for taking my comment. It's more of a comment than a question. But if people, there are laws in place that prevent us from littering, and we can get a ticket for littering. So why would you think that tickets will be issued for not wearing a mask in public?
Well, tickets haven't been issued for people who litter to the extent that we should. I would be, I'm not opposed to having people being given a ticket for not wearing a mask in public. I think it's a public health issue. So I'm not opposed to that. I just know realistically that there isn't sufficient, there isn't going to be people available to give tickets everywhere where they should be. But I'm not opposed to it.
And I'm going to say thanks so much for actually talking about the small landlords, which I am one of them, and that realizing that small landlords also need help in this environment, because we cannot be the pocketbook of the economy. We also need our expenses met. We have real estate taxes, water and sewer, insurance, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on, and we need help. I have some of my tenants that have contacted us and say, we can't pay the rent because we don't have enough money. And I understand that, and I'm sorry that this is the case. But my banker and my expenses are the same. They don't change. They don't realize pandemic is going on, and I still have to afford to hold and maintain my buildings. I have extra expenses, not less expenses. As a matter of fact, my expenses have increased a lot because I have to hire extra help to maintain the buildings, to keep them sanitized. And my water and sewer expenses are going up because my tenants are home. They're not going to the gym to take a shower there. So my water and sewer charges are increasing. Real estate tax is going to be increasing. So we all need help. Small landlords need help more than, or even the same amount as some tenants. And I understand everyone's going through this, but we have to do the best. This is a joint effort, and whether the state, the city, or the federal government needs to help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio. Normally I wouldn't let people go on, but I think that you are representing a group of people who aren't necessarily that represented on our board, but that's a very important message to be sharing with everybody so that we understand the complications of moving forward, that there aren't any easy solutions. Assembly Member Glick, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you.
We love you, Deborah.
Stay safe, everyone. Stay safe.
And Brad, we somehow we missed you there for a second, but you're back. I'm sorry that you had to wait so long. I know that you've got other
I was the
obligations.
I was the secret square on Hollywood Squares, so could not see me. I just want to thank Deborah and my colleagues here. Deborah and I actually have been working on a small business issue involving one of our most treasured small businesses in their relationship with Grand Central, where they have a store. So I want to thank Deborah personally for her engagement on that issue. I represent Grand Central, but Deborah represents the businesses in our joint district. We've had some success, but like a lot of things in this crisis, half of it is just persistence. One of the things that I've been utilizing, it's just an interesting anecdote, is as has been mentioned, there are so many unemployment insurance claims. I mean, thousands, right? I think 250,000 last week in New York State alone. And there's lots of problems with the state's technology. They actually use a technology from the 1980s that makes it difficult for them to hire programmers because nobody knows how to use the technology. So it's a real problem. But that said, people I think remember David Kruger, who was in my office for many years. He now works at the Department of Labor. So I'm using Jacob, who's on the line too. We've been calling David a lot to help us with claims. So if you or your friends or neighbors have unemployment insurance claims, please come to elected officials' offices like mine, because we can, try to help move them. We can try to get David Kruger on them and do what we can to get those claims dealt with as quickly as possible. Another issue that I saw mentioned in the comments was the hand sanitizer issue and the fact that the state was delivering, multi-gallon jugs. They have since moved to smaller bottles, I'm happy to report. Hopefully we'll be getting those soon. And Assemblymember Epstein and Councilmember Carlina Rivera and Senator Kavanaugh and me, for our East Side public housing units where these large gallons of hand sanitizer were delivered, we went out and used our campaign money and bought thousands of little bottles. So if you want to help us one day, we're going to be pumping hand sanitizer into smaller bottles and then redistributing it for another day. Jacob will put up, I hope, a link where you can volunteer. We've been sending volunteers out along with the other offices and coordinating with them. So it's been really helpful getting food and other supplies. By the way, I have some, through somebody who raised money and donated face masks. She dropped off a couple of hundred face masks. So if you know of anyone or an institution that needs some face masks, these are surgical masks, let me know and I can get them to you. Happy to report for a budget that was mostly really bad. I know Deborah agrees with me, and really sad on so many levels. We did get the tow pound, hopefully scheduled to be finally kicked off of Pier 76, which will free up a lot of open space, for the northern part of the park, something that I know we've been talking about for years. I've been working on a number of small business issues, as I mentioned earlier. Definitely take Rocia's point about small landlords and how this is really a domino effect up and down the economic ladder in terms of the inability to pay rent, inability to pay mortgages, inability to, work with your bank or your insurance company that might hold the mortgages. So it's a chain of command that we really have to address holistically. I'm committed to doing that. Just a couple of other things. In the budget, we finally banned flavored e-cigarettes, which was a win, given that e-cigarettes and vaping is attributed to a lot of respiratory illnesses, including worse outcomes for COVID-19. I think it's very timely. In retrospect, I'm very proud of the work we did on vaccines a year ago. I got a lot of grief for it, including protests at public events like Community Board 2 from so-called anti-vaxxers or vaccine skeptics. But in retrospect, New York did the right thing, and hopefully we'll continue to push for vaccines once the COVID vaccine is available. I've been working on pushing back against the so-called gay blood ban, which prevents gay men like myself from donating blood according to the FDA. the FDA had guidelines that said you had to be celibate for a year before you could donate blood because of concerns about HIV, even though they can screen blood now up to a 99% efficacy for pathogens like HIV. And even though it's not just gay people who carry pathogens in their blood, that's for sure. And even though a lot of people, are not just gay and or bisexual and may have other relations, it's totally unfair. I wrote a letter to the FDA. They've since revised their guidelines and reduced the length of celibacy to 3 months. So if you haven't had sex for 3 months now, you can donate blood. I'm probably coming up on that. That's probably too much information. My husband has been away from me. It's a long story, but so maybe I'll be donating blood soon. And then I've been working on a bill that I hope to get when we resume our legislative work in Albany, which I hope is soon, where we have to deal with COVID issues, including rent and mortgages, which involves price gouging. The state of New York is being ripped off. You've probably been reading about it. Tens of millions of dollars by scammers, whether it be PPE like face masks or ventilators. We've been price gouged by a lot of suppliers and manufacturers, and my legislation would allow the state attorney general to go after those virus profiteers, I'm calling them. So that's my very short report. Please, though, reach out to my office. Again, Jacob's doing such a great job. We're all like 24/7 constituent, experts at this stage, which is what we should be doing. So it's a pleasure to work with my colleagues and with the community board. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Senator Hoyleman. Dan, you had a question?
Yeah, just quickly, it was a big discussion for us about Pier 76 and where the tow pound's going. Have they decided on a location? Where is it going to go?
No, they haven't. That's going to be a lengthy discussion. I have some ideas. I want to keep it in my Senate district, and I think that, and I've spoken to the borough president about it, who I know is on. I think that we've got space in Hudson Yards and the Western Rail Yards, but the city rejected that initial look for an alternative site. But I don't think it's fair to put it in a different, sit-in or council district, frankly. And I think we can find some state property in and around the Western Rail Yards or the Javits Center where it might work.
Great, thanks. Do we have any other questions?
Can you imagine if they tried to put it on Pier 40? I mean, that would be not good.
I'm sure some of us don't even take that as a joke.
I know. I don't either. Take it back. I take it back.
Josh, do you have a question, or did you just inadvertently raise your hand? Okay, inadvertently. Joe.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Hoyleman and Assemblymember Glick. And I know that you're both unhappy with the budget. And one of the things, there was just an article recently, is Cuomo's willingness to cut the budget so drastically without even considering raising the tax on the ultra wealthy. And I'm just wondering if there's any pushback in that respect.
There is, and we've got 10 days, as I think was mentioned, once the budget adjustment has been released. It's grim. There's no way around it. We were looking at 10 billion during the budget process, and now that's ballooned to 17 billion. At its upper limit. It's probably going to be more, but there are other, certainly revenue raisers that we need to consider. Of course, an ultra millionaires, a billionaires tax, a pied-à-terre tax, a luxury tax, on goods, sports betting. We've got different ways to put off, tax cuts. Believe it or not, there are tax cuts in the hopper. There are excise taxes, that we should probably be looking at. There is, of course, the issue of marijuana, and if we pass that, could we borrow on it? And then speaking of borrowing, we can do some borrowing from the federal government. It's all very short term. Is not going to solve our long-term budget crisis. But I think it really is a mistake to cut to the bone during a recession, if that's what we're in, or if it's worse. I don't think it aids the economic recovery. Granted, we have to be cognizant of mobile individuals and the fact that so much of what has made New York City great in terms of our density, mass transit, collaboration, cultural institutions, people living on top of each other, is now a disadvantage in this post, in this COVID crisis, right? I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about people who have moved out of the city, and we know a lot of people who have done that. Maybe they're living in maybe they're living in Connecticut or something. We got to get these people back. So we have to be mindful of that. But I believe, the highest tax bracket in California is 13.3%. In New York, it's 8.82%. California has a $20 billion budget surplus right now as we speak. There's a reason. They've been taxing more effectively than New York. And, we're now in this crisis. So we really have to look at people's ability to pay. I don't think there's any way around it. And I think we're going to, hopefully, if we do it, we package it in a way of, it's not soaking the rich. It's not class warfare. It's about patriotism. It's about getting New York and New Yorkers back up on their feet and, our civic, responsibility to pay one's fair share.
Great, thanks. Michael.
Hi, Brad. Hi, Deborah. I'm going to ask the two of you the same question I posed to our council members earlier. Do we have any idea yet, given the severity of the budget deficit, where we might see cuts in services to the city and to the state? I believe you said we're looking at something like $17 billion. Is it too soon to figure out where we would see the most severe budget cuts? Is that something we will be seeing in the future, or can you predict it now?
Well, the governor we have not seen anything specific, and Deborah can correct me if I'm wrong. He's just announced basically a $10 billion kind of what looks to be across the board. We haven't seen the specifics. Once he issues that, we have 10 days to respond. I'm part of a revenue committee with the state Senate to try to look at, alternatives, to deep budget cuts. But once again, I think it's not only bad to cut to the bone, but I think it's bad to cut across the board. I mean, look, the difference between, hospitals and, other potential cuts, this is not the right time to cut into our, our medical institutions. It's crazy.
Thanks, Brad, and thanks for joining us. It's always good to see you. And now we have Borough President Brewer. Are you with us?
Thank you, Carter. Just a couple of things future-wise. We're all on a gazillion Zooms, but some of them are talking about the future. And it plays a big role, I think, for the community boards. One of the discussions, picking up on what Michael just said, is where will the cuts be? And in a lot of the discussions about the future, obviously it's about the small business, it's about testing, surveillance, and so on. But the other issue is, what is the workforce plan? Before, in our boom, we had 260,000 more health and restaurants / tourism very, very recently as a result of the boom in New York. And obviously some of them are well paid, some of them are not. But one of the issues, and I think this is something to focus on, is between the community colleges, workforce nonprofits, and what the future jobs look like, some kind of Marshall Plan. And I thought it was a good thing to look at. Obviously, we all support the Summer Youth Employment Program. Thank you to the state, and hopefully the city will come and figure out how we come back something close to the number of 75,000 jobs, because the Summer Youth Employment Program, and it can be modeled differently, is a very good recovery program. So I just mentioned that whole issue might be something that the community board wants to look at. And the second, in terms of recovery, of course, it seems to me that what the governor is stating, at least part of it, is that industry will have some decisions about like what the restaurant should look like or what the bar should look like. The bids are obviously a part of that, and they're the ones that started this good discussion about open streets. It was business that suggested that, and you should be very proud of your bid. So I just think the whole issue of don't cut the workforce or don't cut those organizations like CUNY, they're going to help us get back on our feet, particularly for those who didn't have a chance before. So I hope you'll look at that. There was also a question about seniors and sanitizers. In many of the developments, no kidding, people had bottles and they showed up and we helped pump, the sanitizer out. So people have figured out how to get it to their own apartment. And a lot of the seniors do want laptops, and there is some way of training them through OATS and other organizations. I just wanted to mention that. On the housing front, we're all hoping, of course, that the Rent Guidelines Board we're advocating doesn't do any increase. They can have meetings, and I'm supporting, I think, the concept that Brian Kavanaugh has, which is tenants need funding, and there should be some way to get them that funding so that the owners and the mortgage and the banks don't penalize, particularly the small owners. I also want to thank EDC, don't often do that, but Economic Development Corporation, when they were, where do we get masks and shields and garments? I was working with them, 4.5, 5 weeks ago, and they really did try to focus on New York. So as you know, I've been a big proponent of the Garment Center, and there are quite a few contracts that went there, as well as to Brooklyn, and even the face shields were made in Manhattan and in Brooklyn. So I do, again, the future. We should be able to do some of these and more of these in the borough of Manhattan or in the 5 boroughs. So that's something, again, to look at. So we're not just going to China, where it looks like some of the ventilators weren't even good. So something to think about in terms of advocacy. Corey mentioned testing and surveillance and all those things for the future. I think we need more testing sites in Manhattan. The only one downtown, to the best of my knowledge, is at Gouverneur. There are a couple in, 5 or 6 in Upper Manhattan, but that would be another question that you might want to advocate for. I certainly am. More testing sites. Obviously, you need more staff, you need more implementation, but that's it in your area, as well as, of course, maybe some of the ones that you can call for urgent care. I know we're tired of talking about census, but just so you know, we're behind Staten Island, and that is not good. So Staten Island is at 49.6% completed, Manhattan is 45.9%, and then the Bronx is already 44.4%, and then it goes to Queens and Brooklyn. So we all know that we're working on that, but that's something to pay even more attention to. I am also future historian. I am an archivist in my own head, and I believe so strongly in finding ways that history is archived. So again, something to think about. Dr. Rob Snyder is our historian. He's had a couple of discussions with archivists and other historians about how this horrible, horrible virus has treated us and what it should be captured for the future. And again, that might not seem, it's certainly not a high priority when people are dying and we need masks and there are other issues, but I know that he's available to think about some of those issues if you want to in the future. On food in general, I was very upset 5 weeks ago about the seniors not getting food. It was a very big travesty. There were people starving. And so I remember I was pretty angry about the way that this poor senior centers, first they were going door to door, then young seniors were picking it up and they were losing who had and who didn't, and then you're supposed to call 311 and it went on and on. I have to give Kathleen Garcia credit, took a while, but to her credit, and the DIFTA and all the folks working on food, at least now there is a sustainable opportunity to get food. So if you have figured out how to get it through 311, you will continually get it. You don't have to call every 2 days. That's a big deal. Now, hopefully the food is the kind of food, either it's dietary correct or something that you can eat. That's another story, and we're working on that. The second thing that happened positive this week, if not today, that happened today, is that every senior center finally got the list of who is on their list to get food. And that seems like an easy fix, but it took a while to have that happen. That helps the senior centers know who is getting and who isn't and who should get, because now they've also been trained on the city's platform for that particular information. And that sounds like a small thing, but believe me, it has been a challenge. I also want to thank the city because we've been working with Fresh Direct. They volunteered to go from the top of Manhattan to the bottom in the NYCHA districts 3 weeks ago, and they stopped because that was the deal, and the city has picked them up. So every single day, there is certainly the opportunity at NYCHA's to get food through Fresh Direct. The businesses are still a problem. Now, I know you have people applying for different PPP and so on. I want to say that Columbia University is helping. There may be others that are doing the same, but we are struggling with the small mom and pops. I'm still confused about construction. I know you are too. Let's see what happens when it supposedly with manufacturing is able to return. But we have been somebody in the office because we get calls all day long. What's essential and what's not essential? And it's a very, very gray area in some cases. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. And then just finally, I know that I am interested in the future. So last night at Columbia University, we've been doing these YouTubes, very, very huge turnouts. We did one on education, one on small business, and the last one was on my favorite topic, which is technology for the future. But the other one in 2 weeks is going to be on contact tracing and what that means. And there's a lot of, Corey mentioned surveillance. There's an awful lot of discussion about that. I'd love to have your input. There are companies, California and Massachusetts, that are doing it that are within the civil liberties and within HIPAA. Obviously, that's another issue, healthcare and all the issues that go with that. But I think that's something that we're going to see. And the question is, what you as the community board think should be some of the barriers or some of the ways in which they should operate. And then we are obviously working on the community boards, or working on appointments, and we will let you know in the very near future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gail. I've got a couple of questions for you from Robin. Robin, do I have you? Okay.
I unmuted. Sorry about that. Clicked the box and it didn't unmute. Thanks for all your hard work. You're like a dog with a bone. I appreciate all your efforts. I noticed on, I receive your daily emails. Thank you for that. And I noticed that you've had 2 Uptown Arts calls in coordination with the Harlem Arts Alliance and Chamber of Commerce up there. I'm wondering if there's anything in the works for downtown, either with LMCC in partnership or Greenwich Village, Chelsea. I'm just curious if there's any thoughts about moving forward.
It's a, oh, am I unmuted? Yes, it's a great idea. Make sure I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's a very good idea. I don't think we've done it, but I think we should, because we're learning what the challenges are. I mean, it is a huge challenge to get the PPP, and it's also a huge challenge to figure out what an opening looks like. So I would be glad to work. LMCC is also participating because they have a relationship with the folks in Harlem. So they would be a wonderful gatherer and convener to do the same, and let's work together. It's a great idea, because now we've learned what we can or cannot figure out in Harlem, and we can apply it to Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, it'll be great. And as long as they include our district, because I consider LMCC just generally a little bit beneath us. I kind of feel like
LMCC, it says Lower Manhattan, but guess what? It's all of Manhattan. They should change their name.
Okay. Oh, okay, great. Because I always feel like we fall into a little hole, like that they don't quite cover us over here.
No, you're fine. That's a good idea.
Great, thanks, Robin. Frederica?
Yes, I just briefly want to say thank you so much for your newsletters. They're just as comprehensive as your report tonight, and your staff is extremely responsive. It really makes a difference. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frederica.
Thanks, Frederica. Matt?
So this is a little bit of a longer term question, seconding everybody else. Sincere thanks for all of your truly tireless work. The lack of community banks in New York City and the lack of use of community banks by small businesses, not to any fault of the small businesses, there are not a lot of small banks, the impacts of that became very clear very quickly, in that the larger banks prioritized the big clients, which they shouldn't have, and many small businesses got shut out because they didn't have a very good relationship with their bank. Are you working on anything medium and longer term, try to combat that and see what we can do to have more smaller banks that take better care of their smaller clients?
Yes, you are 100% correct. There are so many issues that have surfaced as a result of this virus and all of the operations. I would say that's almost number one, because we had third stimulus, and then we had fourth stimulus, and there's a fifth stimulus. So in the third stimulus, we were like running around trying to find people to help. And the number one issue for arts organizations, Robin, and also just for small business was the bank, number one. And then it had the stimulus number 4 was only a continual of the money, not a change. So now, just so you know, between the mayor's office, I'm sure the governor's office, we're writing the letter, the federal people are all aware, even though in the fourth stimulus, there was more money given, as you suggest, to the credit unions and the community banks. They still do not have enough, and people still don't know to go away from Chase and go to Carver or go to a credit union. So the fifth stimulus, as I understand it, it's not happened yet. There's a huge advocacy, to answer your question, to change the way in which those relationships take place. In the arts organizations uptown, no surprise to you, they often had a Chase account. They went to Carver, which is a local bank. They got nothing from Chase. And guess what? They got the PPP working with Carver. So your question is spot on. And I think if you, as a community board, you might want to do some kind of resolutions along those lines. It is a federal issue. So that's one of them anyway. We need to get the fifth stimulus to focus on the local. There's a whole bunch of local banks, as you know, but that is the way to go.
Great, thanks. And now Ed Lois.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Gail, I think it's very interesting what you said about history, recording this history, historians. Have you considered, or are you asking people to photograph the situation from different places, like the Javits Center, Bellevue's tents, Gouverneur, people running with the masks? I have a friend who is a professional photographer who's doing just that. She is walking around with her mask and photographing unusual situations regarding COVID. And I was wondering if you are already doing this.
No, we would love to talk to your friend. I know that Dr. Rob Snyder, who is a Manhattan historian, professor at Rutgers, written books about Manhattan, would love to talk to you and to your friend, because he has been working with archivists and photographers who are doing that. And also, I'm, not my expertise, but figuring out what are the scenarios and the items that in fact will show the virus historically. So I think if it's okay, we will be in contact with you, and maybe he could speak to you and to your friend. And I think maybe he should talk to the community boards in general, because you are the eyes and ears in the community, and you might have some great ideas. He's been focused on this from the very beginning.
I'm sure people in our community board right now are taking photographs. And when this is over, we will look back and it'll be photographs for children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren to look back and see what actually happened. Not just words in history books, but actually photographs.
I agree, but having, spent some time with the New York Historical and so on, you have to do it in an archival appropriate way.
Yes.
If it's going to be done correctly. So that's what he's focused on.
Good.
Hey, thanks, Lois. Thank you very much, Gail, for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And thank you for a great report.
Thank you.
So we're going to, I just want to explain to everybody, I know that we have a number of elected official reps who are attendees. We're going to hold off on calling you guys until we're going to go back to our agenda, and we're going to go back to the public session and turn it back over to first Vice Chair Dan Miller. Dan?
Thank you very much. Actually, we're going to be asking Russell Frisch at this point to speak, and he'll have 2 minutes to give us an update from the Census Bureau.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for having me. I hope everyone is safe and healthy at this time. So really quickly, I'm from the NYC Census 2020 team. We have been working on kind of revamping our field plan, trying to figure out how to reach out to everybody in this new communication age that we are living in now. And so we are doing some Facebook Live events. We're doing some virtual town halls. So we're working on things like that to get out the word about the census. I do just really quickly want to just share our looking at community board, specifically this community board 2. This response rate is 40%. At this time in 2010, you were at 64%. So thinking about, and this is true across the entire country, right? Depressed rates are common across the whole country. But in terms of this community board, this specific neighborhood, 40% right now is low, obviously. We want to get those numbers up. So really thinking about ways that we can get into super local areas, like your neighbor specifically, your buildings, ways that we can get, whether it's a flyer that someone in the building can print out and put on the above the mailboxes, or if there's a community email list for the building or for neighbors or for block associations. We need to get really, really local and get to the specific people who have not completed the census and make sure that they know why it's so important. They know why it's so safe, how it's safe, and also how it's related, because there is specific funding that is related from the census to healthcare that would help in times like this. So I'm happy to answer any more questions. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm not going to get more specific, but I will share my contact information so you can ask me questions later on. So any questions that anybody has, go ahead.
We have a question from Valerie.
Thank you. Hi, Russell. Thanks so much for coming to speak to us tonight. I have a question that likely is shared probably by more than just myself is, what should we do? I've already completed the census, but never received anything in the mail. So is that something that people should be concerned with? And that's my question.
Sure. Well, yeah. So if you did it without completing, without getting anything in the mail, then that's great. We want to stress that point that if you didn't receive anything, you can still fill it out, and you should. There can be many reasons why, but probably they're just in the updating of the file that has all of the addresses. Some addresses are new, or some addresses weren't added. There's a lot of, we're working actually on a plan and on a strategy for getting out to people who, I'm not saying that you necessarily fit this category, but people who are doubled up, because there's a lot of people who are living doubled up, whether it's 2 families in one house, things like that. And so we're working on strategies to get out to those folks who are, didn't get that mailing or got the mailing and don't know what to do with it, but yeah, didn't get the mailing. We want to stress the point that you can still fill it out, and you need to fill it out regardless of whether you got the mailing.
Thank you very much. Georgia, you have a question?
Yes, to Russell, the 2 resources you mentioned, the flyer, and I forget the second one. It's like a digital link that you could share to an online community. Would you mind sending that directly to Community Board 2? So we don't sort of have to search your website. We could immediately print a flyer and post it, or send that digital file to our networks.
Yeah, so I can put together one that works for you, or I can also, I'll look at some things that we have. I can send that out for sure.
Thank you so much, Russell. And thanks for the patience of our speakers that haven't gotten to speak tonight, who actually provided their testimony by 5 p.m. today. I know there's a lot of folks originally that raised their hands, but Next time, if we have a virtual meeting like this, please get your questions, and we need to kind of vet the questions, make sure that our community board meeting isn't hijacked. So it's important that we know you're a resident, and we'll get you next time. You can always write to Bob Gormley and express your thoughts, and it'll get given to committee chairs. So the next up is Samir Lavingia. If you're there, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you so much for hosting this meeting virtually and giving me the chance to voice my opinions. I'm going to talk specifically about the open streets that are being talked about. Special thanks to my personal council member and Speaker Corey Johnson, who was here, and Carlina Herrera, who was also here, whose open streets bill inspired me to speak today. I am full-heartedly in support to open up space for pedestrians to walk around during this time. I don't know about how the other neighborhoods feel. I've heard there's some opposition, but I can only speak for myself and say that the people I've spoken to in the West Village would really appreciate the open space. I specifically live around Barrow Street and Bedford Street, and I think that the sidewalks are very narrow, and having the streets be open would be a huge help. There's simply just not enough space on our sidewalks to ensure adequate distancing when walking around, and traffic is at an all-time low. The streets are mostly empty, with the exception of the occasional speeding car, unfortunately. These open streets would be shared between all users and would ensure local access for cars, trucks, and deliveries when needed. So anyone who says that this would shut down deliveries is just simply misinformed. I've also had some people tell me to just walk in the street and move when a car comes if there's not so much traffic, but that's not feasible for everyone. Parked cars limit where you could do that, and anyone who doesn't have the or anyone who has additional mobility needs, such as people in wheelchairs or with strollers, which we heard from a few of them during the Traffic and Transportation Committee, are not able to easily hop on and off the sidewalks. My girlfriend, who is able-bodied, was actually running a few days ago and was doing this thing where she was hopping off and on the sidewalks to make sure she's ensuring adequate distance between her and other neighbors, and she actually rolled her ankle. So even for the able-bodied, it's not an ideal solution. I think we've needed sidewalk space for a long time, but I think we need it now more than ever, and I just want to thank you once again for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Samir. Here I see one. Shirley Sakunda.
Hello.
I just have a very short question. Samir, you mentioned Bedford Street. Where on Bedford Street? Which would be the boundary streets that you have in mind?
So I think all of Barrow Street would actually be a great option.
We have Barrow Street on our list already. So I was wondering about where you meant on Bedford Street.
Yeah, so it's really just that whole, sorry, I don't have a map up, but it's just a little hard for me to describe. But that whole area basically southwest of 7th Avenue, that little triangle between, on the west side would be Hudson, and then 7th Avenue, and on the bottom, I guess, would be Houston. Like that little triangle area, I think would be great, just to like all the side streets in there, just to make into like a big super block per se of safe streets. I hope that is helpful.
I had a question for Samir also. Unfortunately, I can't raise my hand. Is that all right if I ask it? Yeah. All right, Samir, have you been in touch with any of the block associations there? There are 2 block associations that cover that area, Bedford Downing Block Association and further north, the Bedford Barrow Commerce Block Association. Are you familiar with either of them or discussed with them?
I was not familiar with either of them, but I can reach out to them.
Okay, they're listed on Community Board 2's groups of neighborhood associations, which is on the top left of our homepage from memory underneath the About section.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir, for your testimony. And now we have Joseph Reaver.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for hosting this virtual meeting. I'm here on behalf of Elizabeth Street Garden. First and foremost, we just want to say that we're open and very much happy to discuss any ideas that anyone has about how the garden can continue to help the community during these times. We're currently closed apart from necessary maintenance as an attempt to help stop the spread of COVID-19 and for the safety of the neighbors and the volunteers. We're kind of following the Green Thumb Community Garden restrictions and also the closures of the Highland and Botanical Gardens, but we hope to open as soon as we can. We're welcoming volunteers who would like to help with necessary maintenance. We're trying to do this as a way to follow the Green Thumb restrictions, but also allow volunteers and neighbors to get a chance to work in the garden, help the garden, and get a chance to get outside. So if you're interested in that, if you have any other questions concerning the garden, please email me at joseph@elizabethstreetgarden.com. I can send that in the chat box too. If I think it's disabled for me right now, but I can send that afterward for people to contact me. We're also in an attempt to support local small businesses that are still open and need support. We are amplifying their voices through our social media and through our mailing. We have quite a large following. And we're spreading awareness a few days a week by publishing hours and how people can get in touch with local businesses. So if you're a local business and you need some support, please also contact me at joseph@elizabethstreetgarden.com. Just want to make that announcement. And again, we're open to any ideas on how the garden can further and continue to help the community. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much for your patience. I don't see any other questions, and I do have 3 mail-in testimonies that I'm going to be reading that are also touch upon the safe streets. The first is from Carol Ekman, who is a CB2 resident and lives on Broadway. She writes, "From what I have heard, Soho is not interested in reducing vehicular traffic. This is not so, and I'm writing to you as a longtime resident on Broadway, where I have lived since 1976. I strongly favor closing streets in Soho, which would bring quiet to the residents and neighborhood. It would encourage pedestrians and shopping. The streets that should be closed are Prince Street from Broadway to 6th Avenue, as cars can use Houston Street, which is a main thoroughfare. I also favor closing Mercer Street and Green Street from Houston to Canal and West Broadway from Canal to Houston. All of these streets are unnecessary for car traffic because 6th Avenue and Broadway are available. Broome Street should be closed as traffic can be routed on Canal Street to Barrett, which both lead to the Holland Tunnel. Spring Street should be closed from Broadway to 6th Avenue. Cars can use 6th Avenue, Houston, and Broadway." Thank you for submitting my comments to the meeting today, April 30th, 2020. That's Carol Ekman. John Selway also writes, who's a resident on Mercer Street. "I strongly support open streets plan, both in the short term to aid in social distancing and for the long term. We need to reduce vehicular traffic and creating a healthier and more welcoming environment for everyone. Soho, with its very narrow sidewalks, cobblestone streets, and mixed commercial and residential usage, is an ideal neighborhood to reduce parking, restrict traffic, and open up safer spaces for pedestrians and cyclists. I live on Mercer Street along with my wife and 2 children. Our kids ride bikes from Mercer to school at PS3 on Hudson Street. Many families do not feel confident that they and their children can do the same. Wouldn't it be great if more families could safely bike, walk, and play in and around our neighborhood streets? More than ever, we feel part of the neighborhood community now that we are connected with nearby families through our children's schools. I want open streets for all of us. Soho is already something of an open-air shopping mall and often overrun by traffic. Now in lockdown, we can clearly see the potential for what Soho and other similar neighborhoods could be like: cleaner, pleasant, and safer for all." And then the very last piece is from Tony Simone, who is the Director of External Affairs for Hudson River Park Friends. Hudson River Park Friends supports Open Streets, Safe Streets program proposed by Speaker Johnson and the City Council, Intro 1933, which would provide temporary access to street space for New Yorkers in the midst of COVID-19 crisis. We are seeing unprecedented pressure on our parks and open spaces. We support creative measures to close streets for pedestrians that help alleviate crowds in Hudson River Park. Community Board 2 should consider supporting closing down streets, such as Washington and Greenwich Streets, to alleviate foot traffic within Hudson River Park as warm weather approaches. It can be taken even one step further by advocating for a lane to be closed on the West Side Highway, southbound, adjacent to the park. As New Yorkers face the potential for a summer season in New York City without access to playgrounds, recreation centers, public pools, and beaches, we believe there will be even a higher need for this temporary street space access. We thank the City Council and Community Board 2 for taking leadership on this issue on behalf of New Yorkers. We believe law enforcement models that already exist in New York City should be explored and could be expanded upon for the successful implementation of temporary street closures, such as those employed for neighborhood and block parties. We believe these examples point to a model that suggests minimal impact on city employees for both New York Police Department and New York City Parks. It is crucial that New York City Park staff and Parks Enforcement Patrol in particular can be deployed where they are needed most, our public parks. As we face dire budget projections for New York City parks in the fiscal year 21 budget, we believe the need to keep our essential park staff in parks themselves will be more important than ever. Thank you, Tony Simone. And that ends the public session. Thank you. Now to Carter Booth, Chair of Committee Board 2.
Great, thanks, Dan. So that's the conclusion of the public session. We're going to move on. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Georgia, I see your hand raised. Is there a second? I see Rich, Donna. Okay, so the agenda is adopted. Now we're going to move on to reports to the public. We're going to start with the elected official reports from elected officials, reps whose principals did not speak during, haven't spoken already. So if you guys could raise your hands under, if you're an attendee, I've got Luke Wolf and Anthony Drummond. Give me just a second. I'm going to move you guys over to become panelists. And Claudia. And we're going to start. How about we start with Anthony?
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Community Board 2 members. Just have a couple of reports. As know, it's been.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you could just let us know.
Yes. Anthony Drummond from Councilmember Margaret Chen's office. Again, good evening. Just have a couple of items to share with you all on behalf of Councilmember Chen. The first thing I want to mention and the council member wants to convey is, as we heard from our previous electeds in regards to the budget, particularly with the city budget, as Councilmember Chen being the chair of the Aging Committee, on the Aging Committee has been doing a lot of fighting to increase investments for senior services, especially given this pandemic and what we've been hearing a lot from seniors regarding meals. So I just want to relay that Councilmember Chen has been in partnership with the administration and our food czar, Captain Garcia, to continue programs. And I'm just going to just say a few here. First are the free grab and go meals for all, which is like on Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 1:30. You don't need registration or ID. No one will be turned away. And also our homebound meal delivery for those seniors, especially those who are homebound and cannot have or be able to go out to the grocery stores or be able to access food. We have a program to have deliveries made to their actual place. And then also to our DIFTA Direct, which is our senior center meal delivery. The foods will be delivered to the homes, as some places like senior centers have been closed. So we want to make sure to make those efforts to deliver the meals to their actual residents. Their packages include 5 meals delivered every week. And if there's any questions or concerns about those deliveries, we definitely want you to reach out to our office and we will make sure to follow up and take care of those issues there. And then the last thing I want to cover, I know there's been a lot of talk around and conversations related to small businesses. Councilmember Chen has definitely been doing a lot of work within the council and her colleagues on trying to build and give not only federal support, but want to tackle things locally. And there's some legislation that is moving through or being introduced. And I just want to share those proposed legislations that she's co-sponsoring on. One of which is to make harassments against small businesses based on their status during this COVID pandemic punishable by a civil penalty of $10,000 to $50,000. This legislation is being introduced by Councilmember Adrienne Adams from Queens. If you want to research the bill number is Intro 1914-2020. Another bill that she's also working on or would suspend annual sidewalk cafe fees that were due on or after January 1st of this year. This is an administrative expense that is a priority, and that's also looking to help with the small mom and pop business. That's actually being introduced by City Council member Andrew Cohen. It's Intro 1916-20. And then also one that is being introduced by Councilmember Brad Lander, Intro 1926-20, and that bill will extend paid sick leaves for gig workers and independent contractors who were left out of the state's recent paid sick leave bill. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And actually, just to go back just a brief bit with the food access in the meals, I will put in a link that the council member has created for a flyer that could be shared with the rest of the community board members. And that is it for me. I'll be happy to take any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. I don't see any questions. So I'm going to move on to Luke. You were the second person to raise your hand that I saw. Luke Wolf, are you with us? There you are.
Hi, my name is Luke Wolf. I'm from City Comptroller Scott Stringer's office. Good to see all you, and I hope you all are well. I want to start by talking about a few things we're doing COVID related. The first has been our resource center, which I just dropped in the chat, and has a bunch of amazing resources in there, whether you are a senior, a tenant, work for a nonprofit or a small business. Really anyone in the city, I think, can find hopefully something of value there. So please take a look at it and share it widely. We've also issued 2 comprehensive reports about coronavirus and the impact it's had on our city. First, profiling the city's frontline workers. So really looking at who are the people who are in our healthcare system, who are handling our food systems, who are cleaning public spaces, and have a number of recommendations to make sure they're supported and taken care of during this time. The second was looking at what are the disparities our city's facing in terms of housing, healthcare, air quality, food security, and once again, maybe a number of recommendations in each of those disparities to make sure that we can protect them now and also make sure to alleviate them going forward as well. We have also called on the city to take a few steps at the city, state, and federal level to make sure our city's economy is protected and people are able to stay economically stable going forward. The first is we want a federally funded victims compensation fund, much like after 9/11, where once at a different point, the city faced a lot of devastation. So we think that that would be the responsible and ethical step for this country to take in response to this crisis as well. Number 2, we think that there's currently a program to provide funding for air conditioning for people who currently cannot afford it. And as we approach the summer, we think that's a program that should be expanded to make sure that people are able to stay in their homes if they'd like to, and that the streets and areas that have been talked about so much tonight are not further flooded. So we think the city should expand funding to that program to make sure that people have air conditioning as we go into the summer, and it's more important than ever for people to be able to stay inside. Number 3, there's a number of steps to prioritize the health and safety of correctional workers and inmates in the city's jails. Right now, those areas are really petri dishes for the virus, and we really need to make sure that people in our city's jails and prison system are protected during this time. One other thing I want to talk about is our, is our work last week for Earth Week. So as this crisis is going on, climate change is another crisis, which is still very much ongoing right now. So we took 3 major steps last week during Earth Week. Number 1 was we called on all major insurance companies to sever ties with the coal industry to make sure they are not continuing to funnel money towards the coal industry and instead propping up clean jobs and clean fuel instead. Number 2, we led a Vote No campaign against the JP Morgan director who has a history of climate denialism to make sure our companies are being responsible in the face of climate change. And number 3, we call for the stoppage of the construction of the Keystone Pipeline, because right now, during this time especially, it is unnecessary and dangerous. So we're looking at the broader crisis of climate change as well as this COVID-related crisis, and I'm happy to take questions on anything I just said.
Great, thanks, Luke. Georgia, did you have a question for Luke? Is that?
Yes. Yes. So Luke, you mentioned continuing funding for the air conditioners through the summer. And I'm curious, and this might be a question for any other electeds that are still on or their representatives. are there concerns about the energy load this summer? And I've seen a couple of things about concerns about blackouts as more people potentially stay indoors and run air conditioners and fans to keep cool.
I haven't seen anything of that directly, but I know part of our push for this air conditioner program and broader funding is that if the city is the one who is providing the funding for this and providing the air conditioning, they can make bulk purchases of more efficient air conditioning systems rather than each individual purchasing individually. So that is one way for hopefully to reduce the environmental impact and the energy impact. But I can get back to you with more specific information on the broader blackouts and energy grid.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. And one more question from Robin.
This has absolutely nothing to do with what you just spoke about, so if you cannot answer the question, no problem. But I'm wondering how this whole situation has affected the management of pensions, since markets are so volatile, and I know pensions are being invested. So if you can speak on it now, or if you could follow up later, that would be great. Thanks.
I can speak broadly on it now and then follow up with more information as well. I know broadly we are still making sure that all pensioners are receiving their checks on a timely basis. It is really important that our retirees and pensioners are protected during this time, so they have continued to receive their full pension checks as scheduled. So that's the first step. Number two is our pension committee is meeting 3 times a week at this point to assess market conditions. Of course, the markets have been incredibly volatile during these times, and we're continuing to monitor that. I can get back to you with more detailed information, but yes, that is something we are monitoring incredibly closely, making sure that both right now and going forward, our pensions and all the New Yorkers' money who we protect in them are still safe and secure.
Great, thanks. Claudia from Assemblymember Yuleen News Office.
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Claudia from Assemblymember News Office. Given how much content that was covered by before, I will be brief. This month, Yuleen has been focused on helping to serve the vulnerable and especially the senior population in the district. One of the smaller but actually pretty effective initiative that we were able to coordinate was a partnership with a local restaurant in Chinatown area, and they have been able to ramp up their operations to serve free meals every day. Obviously, it's first come, first serve, and then there's a limited capacity, but we're working to get that moving up. We are also looking into other outlets to provide for our constituents, and actually, ideally, we want to source locally so that we can help more of the small businesses in the area to make somewhat of a comeback, but through a different way of serving the community. And then on another front, Yuleen has been advocating for prepaid mail-in ballots. We are very happy that the governor announced that all registered voters will be mailed a prepaid absentee ballot application. We ask for everyone to keep an eye out for that. And also, if preferred, there is an option to fill out the application online. And we hope that we share this message as much as possible with our friends and neighbors and make sure that they are going to get their ballot. And to end, Yuleen will be hosting a post-budget town hall this Sunday, May 3rd, starting around 12 p.m. There will be a series of panels, and we encourage everyone to tune in if you're around. And throughout the month of May, Yuleen is the co-chair of the Asian Pacific American Task Force, and Yuleen will be hosting weekly Monday evening town halls on a variety of issues, and we welcome anyone interested to join us on that as well. And with that, thank you, everyone, and we wish everyone well and stay well. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. I don't see any questions. So thank you very much. We're going to move on now. We've already had the borough president's report, and Gail had provided to us. We're going to move on to the chair's report. I'm going to keep it somewhat brief, as we've been here for a little bit right now. It's already 8:45. The census, as we heard before, super important. Just fill it out. Tell everybody to fill it out. We've been having weekly executive meetings, and so a lot of materials are covered every week if issues come up. We've had great attendance at our committee meetings in April for our the small business services presentation. There were 93 guests outside of board members. Let's see, going up the list, for the Lennox Health Greenwich presentation, we had 50 guests outside of board members. for the SLA licensing, we had 23 guests outside of board members. Landmarks, 16. Education committee, 35 guests. We had a small business administration discussion. We did not host it, but I think we had about 175 attendees, or maybe even more than that. And then earlier this week at our traffic and transportation committee, we had 158 unique visitors outside of board members. So we've had some pretty good participation in our meetings, particularly in COVID-19 related issues. I also, as I had mentioned to Speaker Johnson, the first stated meeting of the New York City Council, where they had their first virtual meeting and voted, one of the topics that's been of interest to us, which is the modification of the restrictive declaration on Gansevoort Street for Aurora Capital. That was part of the first vote, and it has passed, and so that's great. And as I said, I wanted to thank Speaker Johnson and his office, and particularly Pat and Eric, for their patience in working on us with that. It was a great outcome. We now have one limited cost community benefit space and one below market value space for the community to use. Those will be coming online, one sooner than later, and then the second within 3 years, but probably much sooner. Wanted to send out condolences to two of our board members. One who's not with us tonight is Kathy Sullivan. She lost her father over the weekend, who died from complications of COVID-19. In her brief email to us, she said he was 97 going on 27. So that's a sad loss. And also Susan Gammy, who lost her brother recently also to COVID-19. So we're really sorry for your loss. One other issue which we did not, I did not mention at the beginning of the meeting, and sort of the group chat is disabled for attendees, and that's because our meeting tonight is being conducted just as our normal meetings are conducted, and the public is not able to communicate directly with board members during the meeting. And it's really, if there's information or links, that's the appropriate use, but communication's not appropriate. And to Lois, as far as documenting things, our meeting tonight is being live streamed not only on Zoom, but also on YouTube and Facebook. So it will be preserved for future generations to watch and to see what, how we as a community board handled our meetings. Now I'm going to move on now. I think I've pretty much covered everything. And one last thing is, if you're on the call, I think that we have Shirley is on the phone with us, Doris is on the phone with us, and I think Ed Ma. I'm not sure if you're through the computer, Ed, but if you want to mute and unmute your phone, dial *6, and if you'd like to raise your hand, dial *7, and we can repeat that, and we'll check in with you just in case we don't hear from you. Now I'll turn it over to Bob for District Manager's report.
First, the treasurer's report.
Oh, excuse me, treasurer's report. Anthony.
Yes, so all of you should have received an updated amended treasurer's report around 6:20-ish from Bob in your email. The one in the packet has a mistake on it. So under expenses, where it says personnel services, it should not be a positive 182,000, should be a negative 182,000. So this quarter so far, we've spent up to $191,000 worth of expenses, and we're still expected to spend $66,203 in order to end up with a balance of $178 at the end of the fiscal year. In terms of professional services, that may go up in terms of our recent undertaking of live streaming services, so that may fluctuate a little bit. And that is it for the treasurer's report this quarter.
Great, thanks, Anthony. Yep. Now, excuse me for not calling you first, Bob, District Manager's report.
That's okay. First, just as Carter did at the beginning, I want to let anyone know, anyone who wants to look at our the resolutions we'll be considering shortly, they can go to our website, the homepage on the website. You need to click on the calendar/agenda link on the left-hand side of the page, or scroll down to the April 2020 full board meeting link. That'll take you to the calendar agenda page, and you scroll down to the link that says view the April 2020 full board package here,
And if you do that, whether you're a board member or one of the attendees, you'll be looking at the same resolutions that the board will be considering soon. I'd like to share some information about voting absentee. Pursuant to an executive order signed by Governor Cuomo to prevent the spread of the coronavirus, all registered voters may apply for an absentee ballot to vote in the upcoming June 23rd election. If you do want to apply for an absentee ballot, you should check the box for temporary illness on the application. The definition of temporary illness has been temporarily expanded to include those not just affected by COVID-19, but anyone who has the potential of contracting the virus. For further instructions, you can go to nycabsentee.com or call 1-866-VOTE-NYC or email absenteejune2020@boe.nyc. And there's a link to this information on the newsflash feature on our homepage. I just want to also share some information sources on COVID-19. There are a lot of places to obtain information about the coronavirus, but a good starting place is nyc.gov/coronavirus. Among the information found, there are links to all the New York City agencies and updates particular to what those agencies are doing with regard to the coronavirus. Also, of course, the CB2 website has a link, COVID-19 and local community resources, which has not just the New York City links, but New York State links and a lot of other information. And lastly, there's been a lot of discussion tonight about references to volunteers and a lot of information about services for seniors. I just want to give a shout out to Visiting Neighbors, which of course that's their reason for being, and they continue to operate to provide services to their senior constituency, albeit with a lot of restrictions and a changed protocol, but they're still there doing what they do all the time. And that's my report.
Great, thanks, Bob. We're now going to move on to our business session, and I think we'll do the vote with the approval of the March minutes. Is that acceptable, Valerie? Yes, I see her nodding. Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the March minutes, which were distributed via email to all board members?
I motion to adopt.
Okay. Do we want to do attendance, Valerie, or do we want to vote on that? I don't think we need to vote on that, do we?
You want to do an attendance?
No, well, let's do it as attendance. Okay. You want to start with attendance?
You want me to do roll call again?
Yes,
she did attend.
So just at the beginning, because I'm going to be introducing the manner in which we vote, which was similar to our last board meeting, which so we should have a record of who's here now.
Okay. So just another attendance.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
We usually do it at the first vote in exec.
Got it.
Or excuse me, in our business session.
Susanna Aaron.
Here.
Keen Berger. Yes, she was here earlier. Carter Booth.
I see, yeah, here. I see Keen is still on.
Oh, I do see Keen.
Keen is waving her hands.
Yeah, here I am. But
Thank you. Hi, Keen.
Hi.
Katie Bordenaro. I know.
Katie is joined via, she's here in person, but she's also called in, and I don't know which phone number she's called in from, but I believe that I see her on the list.
She's still on the panelist.
Yeah, she still is a panelist, but she uses a call in, and
Great.
I don't.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. I'll take a scroll. Amy Brenna.
Here. I'm here.
Rich Cacapolo.
Here.
Ritu Chaudhry.
Here.
Tom Connor. Coral Dawson.
Here.
Thank you. Valerie De La Rosa. Doris Deether.
I think Doris is here as well.
Yeah.
Here.
Hi, Doris. Bob Ely, excuse me.
Here.
Mar Fitzgerald.
Here.
Thank you. Hi. Cormac Flynn.
Here.
Thanks, Cormac. Joseph Gallagher.
Here.
Susan Gammy.
Here.
David Gruber,
Here.
Wayne Kowadler,
Here.
Susan Kent,
Here.
thank you. Janine Kiley,
Here.
Patricia Laria,
Here.
Michael Levine,
Here.
Janet Liff,
Here.
Ed Ma, saw him on earlier. Maud Marin,
Ed is here. He's a call-in.
thank you. Matthew Metzger, see him on there.
Here.
Thank you. Daniel Miller,
Here.
Brian Pape,
Here.
Donna Raftery,
Here.
Lois Rakoff,
She was here.
background.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Still
Bo
there.
Riccobono,
Here.
Robin Rothstein,
Here.
Sandy Russo, Rocio Sands. Just gonna scroll
She was here too.
up on attendees. Yeah, she was here earlier. Okay.
I don't see her signed in though anymore.
Yeah. Scott Sartiano,
Here.
Shirley Suspenda,
Here.
Chris Shea,
Here.
Lois, could you mute your
I just muted her.
Frederica
Valerie,
Yes?
you didn't call me, by the way. Anita.
You know what? I did not. Thank you.
Okay, well,
It was
I'm here.
not on purpose. It's
That's all right, I know.
Thank you. Frederica Siegel,
Here.
Georgia Silvera Siemens,
Here.
Dr. Shirley Smith. I know she's on the phone. I see her there. Chenault Spence,
Here.
Susan Wittenberg,
Here.
Anthony Wong,
Key.
and Adam Zeldin.
He's here too.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
I'm just going to go back to the call-ins, and I had just wanted to make sure because we had some issues last month. So I see Doris is still on with us.
Yep.
And Katie had called in, and I thought I had saw her as a guest.
She's on. I see her
Yeah,
now.
I see her as she usually calls in her phone. Okay, I see her. Katie, is that you? I just unmuted a phone number. It's a call-in guest.
Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
we can. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So
Yeah. No, I'm trying to
let me just
balance
rename you
what's the
here.
right way.
And if
Okay.
you could if you can mute your phone, and then you can speak as you. Okay, and
We've got 40 or 46.
okay, great. So we've got and I don't see anybody else who's an attendee who's a board member, just to make sure we've got everybody with us. Okay, so like last month, I wanted to put forward a motion that we can vote on all of the resolutions as a omnibus vote, with board members being able to vote on separate items at the end if they so choose, if they can keep track. And also with the option, if any board member would like to have an immediate vote on anything, that they can call out for us. That limits our time in voting and should move the meeting forward a little faster. Is there any objection to voting that way?
You mean voting on every single category?
No objection.
Yes, Robin. So the idea is that we would have an omnibus vote with all the resolutions included in it. People can vote separately if they'd like to on particular items by calling out when your name is called during the roll call vote, or is it separate to that if any board member would like to call out for a specific vote on a specific item, if it's contested or whatever it may be, that option exists as well.
So we're doing another roll call vote, and if when your name is called, that's your opportunity to call out anything.
No, that's your opportunity to vote separately. Let's say if you're against the third landmarks resolution, at the end of the omnibus vote, you can say I vote yes on everything except for the third landmarks resolution on which I vote no.
So there's no discussion if you vote against a resolution that was passed?
There is.
No. We just hold the votes until the end, so we don't
Okay.
vote at the end of each committee meeting, so that we don't have, 4 or 5 roll call votes. That's the idea, is just to
Carter,
keep-
I think it's a good idea.
Is there any objection? Rocio, I see you've got your hand up.
No objection.
Okay, let's go.
Rocio?
Yes. I'm sorry. I had a problem with the internet connection, and
Okay.
I think you called the attendance.
Have you now? I got you. I just wrote in the chat.
Thank you.
Okay. So everybody's all good? We're ready to move forward? Okay, the first standing committee report is Janine. And
Okay. The schools, yes, hi, good evening. The Schools and Education Committee met last week via Zoom, and we passed 2 resolutions. The first resolution is in support of a binary grading system with narratives for the 2019-2020 academic year. By the way, I should add that since we had our meeting, the DOE made announcements, and our resolution reflects that. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 strongly supports the DOE's decision to issue system-wide guidance to schools for grading. 2, supports a revised grading policy for the 2019-20 academic year that incorporates a binary grading model to indicate mastery or non-mastery of subject areas. Encourages the DOE to incorporate a narrative description of each child's progress. And 4, urges the DOE to focus on how to reopen safely, continue to bridge the digital divide, deliver more robust remote learning in the event schools do not fully reopen in the fall, and develop plans to remediate students who are currently falling behind. Our second resolution is in support of reinstating the Summer Youth Employment Program for FY 2021. We heard about that tonight from Speaker Johnson. It's also supported by Councilmember Chin, Councilmember Rivera, Borough President Brewer, and Assemblymember Glick, and many others. And therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 strongly urges the city to reinstate the Summer Youth Employment Program for fiscal year 2021 to support our at-risk youth. And that one was unanimously passed 9-0. The first one was passed 8-1. That's it. Thank you.
is there any discussion? Anybody like to call out either of those items?
I just want to say thanks to the Schools and Education Committee for their work on both items.
Thank you on behalf of our committee.
Great, thanks. Any other comments from anyone? I see, wait, I have a raised hand. Was that, oh, that was you, Georgia, okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll now move both the first and second resolution for the Schools and Education Committee will be moved into the omnibus vote. So those are the first 2 items in there. And now moving on to landmarks. Chenault Spence. Chenault, you're muted. Let me unmute you.
Oh,
there you go.
Sorry, I hit
You're
it twice. Okay. 123 Sullivan Street. I'll summarize both the resolution and the introduction. Application to repair window assemblies. It's to replace appropriate and historic infill for windows with inappropriate plain glass infill, and to install a stair to go from the roof to the top of a penthouse that is presumably minimally visible. We recommend denial of the inappropriate windows and approval of the staircase. There's one recusal on that, otherwise it's unanimous. 186 Sullivan to add, I'm sorry, that's laid over, I won't read those. Horatio Street is significant renovations to a row house, and we recommend approval of a side yard addition, approval of sunroom window change, approval of reconfiguration of the roof in order to provide legal headroom for the top floor. That's common in these buildings that somewhat under the minimum. Of a number of rooftop additions that are quite aggressive and very boldly visible. 7 in favor, 2 opposed. 770 Broadway to install a cooling unit that's just an addition to a block of cooling units. It's almost invisible, and we approve. 17 East 9th Street, considerable work on the facade of a row house, almost in every detail unacceptable for one or another reasons. So we recommend denial, and that they come back. The extreme version of this is that we recommend denial of something and that they come back to us with a revised version rather than landmarks correcting this and this and this and this. In our view, it's unanimous also. That's it.
Carter, you're muted.
Thanks. I was shuffling papers there, so I muted myself. All right. There are 5 resolutions. Would anybody like to call out any of them or have any discussion? Anybody want to raise their hand?
I believe it's just 4 resolutions, right? Because one was laid over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I read a laid over one.
Right. So it's correct. So it's 1, 2 is laid over.
Right.
And then 3 through 5. Okay. Yep. And Michael, I see you've got your hand up.
Yes, quick question. Item 5, the last one I see, is back on the agenda for the May meeting. So does that mean the applicant has agreed to come back with a revised plan that might address some of the issues that the committee objected to?
I don't know. I doubt it, but no, they haven't gotten this because it doesn't exist yet. They may have other things.
Did I not see that it's on the agenda for the May meeting?
Often some things are split in 2. They may have other issues to discuss.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Katie, I see that you have your hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, super. On item number 3, Chenault, there were 7 in favor and 2 opposed. What was the opposition to?
The opposition, well, there are 2 significant things. This addition is in a side yard that is quite beautiful and everybody loves, and nobody ever dreamed it would go away. It's permitted because they're replacing a structure that was there and torn down to reveal the side yard. The 2 people objected both to approving that, and they agreed on the rooftop. So they were, because we can't split a
okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining.
I'm just going to unmute Doris. Doris, are you still with us here?
Yes, I am.
Did you have anything you wanted to comment on that, as you had voted against?
Yeah, I voted against it because of the addition on the ground floor. The change that they were making in the building on the ground floor, I felt was completely out of character from the rest of the district, rest of the area, and the rest of the building, and I opposed it.
Okay.
It was number 3A.
Okay, thanks, Doris. And did we have anybody else who wanted to comment?
Perhaps I should say that because there's a regulation that a building can be restored to a previous historic condition that's considered different from the way it is now or the way it was originally, that's permitted. And they're reproducing it faithfully.
Okay, I don't see anybody else who has any questions. Is anybody having trouble or waving their hands? I'm just scrolling through. I don't see anybody making any motions. So I'm gonna go ahead and propose that we move items number 1 and 3 through 5 into the omnibus vote. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Don't hear any objections. Now we're going to move on to SLA licensing 1 and 2, which had combined meetings. Which one of you is going to be presenting?
I'm going to do it.
Okay, Bob.
All right. So good evening, everyone. The SLA combined for this month, there were 20 applications. Not surprisingly, we only heard 4 of the 20. The rest were put over or withdrawn. And I'll go through the 4 that we heard. All 4 were unanimous, at least in terms of the vote, and deny and less resolutions with stipulations agreement with all the applications and applicants. Okay, so number 1 is Bloomingdale's 504 Broadway. They have an on-premise license to operate a cafe on the 2nd floor. They were moving a bar, and they needed to cross their T and dot their I with the SLA, and so they need to come before us for that purpose. Deny and less, unanimous vote with the same stipulations that have pretty much existed for the place. Number 2, 265 Lafayette Restaurante. This is a Gelateria St. Ambrose. This is a small cafe being operated in conjunction with the next door restaurant, but there is no connection between the 2 storefronts that could be created. So they asked for an on-premise license in their cafe to serve a limited number of drinks that they specified to us. That, again, deny and less resolution, vote unanimous with stipulations. 3, inclusive LLC Pinky Swear, 220 Bowery Street. Is a new on-premise license to operate a restaurant. Stipulations were in place. It's a little different because there's the Bowery Chapel located nearby within 200 feet. And so the resolution asks the state liquor authority to first make a determination as to whether or not this particular location is within that 200 feet and whether or not the Bowery Chapel is a church, exclusively used as a church, and qualifies under the 200-foot rule, because that had been brought up at the meeting, not just by the public in opposition, but also by other community board members. So if indeed it is not exclusive, then the recommendation is a deny and less with the stipulations as stated in the resolution. Number 4 is Pier 45. This is in the Hudson River Park near the Christopher Street walkover. This is a exterior. It's a restaurant. It's the same location where they had. There were really two operators operating the same location. This is now going to be one operator taking the entire location, and it's going to operate as a restaurant, pizzeria restaurant. And it's a beer and wine with stipulations, and that's pretty much it.
Great, thanks, Bob. We have anybody have any questions or any items that they'd like to call out? I have one hand raised. Robin?
Yeah, I want to call out number 4.
Okay, so number 4 is called out. And does anybody else have want to call out any other items? Or any discussion on any or questions? Okay, so we're going to move to number 4 for discussion. Robin, do you want to start?
Sorry, I wasn't following the process here. So, you know, on the 10 years that I've been on this board, I think this might be the first time I've ever called anything out, certainly on SLA, and I voted in favor of this. And I also, if anybody was present during that meeting, I was kind of having an explosive response to how the meeting was handled in general. But I have to say, I didn't appreciate the fact that the applicant, after the fact, came to us with the information that he was going to have pictures at this location. Now, we spent so much time on this application, we went through it in great detail. So I found it a little hinky that he brought up the picture thing after the fact. And this is a good operator, and this is a location I love having someplace to have a glass of wine and watch the sunset. This is like one of my favorite spots in the entire city. So I am very conflicted about this, but I did not appreciate that he brought the pictures piece up after the fact, which sets a very bad precedent. And we've also historically not been fans of pictures in our stipulations and I don't think in a park, pictures are a great idea on top of it. So I'm very conflicted, but I'm going to change my vote on this and vote against it, even though it kind of breaks my heart to do that, because I do like having this kind of operation in that location, but it just did not sit right with me that this was brought to our attention after a very, very detailed discussion about this application.
I'm going to just ask Bob, because there are a few emails that you guys had back and forth. The question was never posed to the operator at the meeting. And so this came up afterwards if you could just give us some background on that.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, what we're talking about is pitchers of beer. It was a topic that we don't necessarily always bring up. I guess to a certain extent, we were assuming that it was a restaurant and that pitchers of beer tend to not necessarily be an item at a restaurant, a full service restaurant. At least it was the way it was being presented to us. But our stipulations do indicate, talk about pitchers of beer. And when the stipulations were sent over to him, based on the conversations, that particular item was in the stipulations because it's fairly regular that we do that. And that's when he brought it up. And I had discussions with him about, concerns that the committee usually has concerns about cheap, pitchers of beer, and it could be a theme of a restaurant, or it could be a theme of a location, especially outside in the park, was a concern. And so he did send an email back to me saying that it's not something that is their plan, that pitchers of beer are not going to be a theme for the restaurant, but he needs that option. I think it's probably because they're going to have pizza. I didn't really go into it with him in that regard, but that's kind of how it unfolded.
And just so there's some clarity, this restriction never existed there before with the previous operator as well, correct? Wasn't in their stipulations.
Yeah, I think that's been put in the stipulation agreements more recently, and I was not even a part of reviewing the prior license in the park.
Okay. All right, I see a couple other hands up. Dan?
Yeah, I just want to say that this is a very important area for Hudson River Park. They get income from it. I happen to live across the street, and you see there's a lot of after work crowd. The last operator, who was Waffles and Dingus, very expensive, overpriced pizza, not very good, also overpriced beer. Maybe this gives an opportunity to have some economy to scale. So I don't actually think that it attracts a crowd to go out drinking heavily, because it almost invariably, by the time the sun sets, there's no one there anymore. It has to almost close down. So I don't have a problem with the pitchers of beer, and hopefully it'll make it less expensive so people can actually enjoy it without having to pay $15 for a single beer.
Great, thanks. Cormac?
Yeah, I just wanted to also clarify for the board, as a longtime member of this committee, that this is a result of just, the change in format of having to do this online. To Robin's point about this coming up after the fact, typically at a live committee hearing, we present people with the stipulations there, and the issue would have surfaced right away. But because we're all online and sending things by email, I just want to be clear to people that there's a process reason, I think, why this happened. The other thing that I would say, however, is that no pictures was a standard, it's a standard stipulation, and it was a standard stipulation at the time that we reviewed the previous person licensee, Waffles and Dinges. If it wasn't there, we probably specifically struck it because they wanted it to be there. But I just wanted to give those as information points. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And Robin, did I not?
Carter, could I?
The pictures of beer are going to be not cheap, apparently, according to him. He actually made a point that the pictures of beer were not going to be inexpensive pictures of beer. So I just want to point that there could be upscale of some sort pictures of beer. So the whole thing felt a little strange to me.
Okay, Bob?
Yeah, I just didn't follow up on what Cormac said. I mean, I think Cormac he's correct. Usually the people that present, a lot of them are lawyers that already know what our stipulations are. And usually when it's somebody that's not a lawyer who hasn't presented in front of us, like this gentleman, I usually bring them up and I show them the stipulations and I say, if there's anything in there, before you leave tonight, let me know, okay? And so you're right, Cormac. That was, I didn't realize that, but that is something that makes it a little bit more difficult. We don't show the stipulations. Maybe we can figure out a way to do that in the future. But I also agree to a certain extent with Robin that it was, you know, this is a hard thing. This is a good operator. He operates this type of operation in parks. He entered into an agreement with Hudson River Park. It is an important concession. And to that extent, I think the committee was very willing to work with him, is what I would say.
Okay, are there any other comments? Okay, so we'll move on. So I'll specifically note that when we, so this is item 4 out of 1 through 20. I'll just make sure that we reference that separately when we get to the omnibus vote. I'm going to move items 1 through 20 into the omnibus vote, if there's no objection. Seeing no objection, no raised hands, and nobody's calling out. Okay, so we'll move on. The next is traffic and transportation. Shirley?
Yay. So we had 3 resolutions, all unanimously approved, and all in response to conditions arising out of the coronavirus crisis. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So the first resolution is in support of a temporary network of bike lanes during the crisis in New York City. And that's what we're asking for. First, we're expressing our support of the Council and de Blasio administration's plan to open up 100 miles of streets for safely distancing bicycling and walking with temporary bike lanes as part of the plan. And we are calling upon the city to immediately complete an interim temporary network of protected bike lanes using temporary emergency infrastructure as necessary to provide the necessary safe distancing protection and serve the need for bicyclists to get to work and other destinations in a safely connected, direct, and secure way during the novel coronavirus pandemic. That's number 1. Number 2, we're requesting that City Bike docking stations be replenished and rebalanced with greater frequency. And the resolve on that is that we urge City Bike docking stations to be replenished with far greater frequency, and that added support be provided to supplement docking station rebalancing efforts. Shall I go on? There might be some comments on that. Do you want to wait till the end for the comments?
Yeah, we can call out the items as needed. So if you just
okay.
send all of them.
Right. Okay. And the third is in support of opening streets to pedestrians during the coronavirus pandemic in New York City, including Community Board 2 Manhattan, to provide adequate pedestrian space for safe physical distancing. Okay, so our resolved. Well, one is that we are requesting that the streets be open to pedestrians throughout our community, and that this be accomplished with the city working in concert with our community. The second resolve, I just should tell you what it is because it's a real long one, and I think you should just look over this. We put together a set of criteria so that we could be guided in what particular locations will be ultimately chosen and recommended for these open streets. And one of the criteria, the very first criteria, is shared streets. I do want to read you what we said about shared streets because this is the particular kind of pedestrianization that we are asking for. And so the shared streets model of pedestrianization, that's already being put into practice by the New York City DOT and advocated in the council bill. It is in the shared street, the street is partially closed to vehicles. Pedestrians have priority, with access allowed at 5 miles per hour for first responders, deliveries, sanitation, accessoride, and other essential local services, along with the street's residents' vehicles. So that is a shared street, and that's a little different. I just wanted to clarify that for everybody from a fully open street. Okay, and the next resolve actually lists the streets that have been arrived at so far, probably will be discussed a little more. And Carter, shall I read that list? Can't hear you.
Yes, please read it.
Okay. So the list is Barrow Street between Washington Place and West Street, Gansevoort Street between 13th Street and 9th Avenue, Greenwich Street between Horatio and Barrow Streets, McDougal Street between West 8th and Houston Street, 13th Street between 8th and 9th Avenues, Thompson Street between West 4th and Houston Streets, Washington Place between Grove Street and Washington Square West, and University Place between West 4th and East 13th Street. Okay, and finally resolved, CB2 looks forward to working with the city in implementing selected street openings for pedestrians throughout the CB2 community. Oh, you know, there is something else I do want to say, that this conversation about opening up streets will be continued at the Traffic and Transportation Committee next month.
Okay, would anybody like to call out any of the items 1 through 3 for discussion?
We have 2 hands up.
Okay, David, you want to call out any of the items?
Number 3, please.
Okay, so number 3 is called out. And then Katie, did you want to call out?
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay, so why don't we just jump in? Does anybody want to discuss number 1? Michael, did you want to call out?
No, I also agree number 3. I'd like to call out one item on number 3.
Okay, so do we have there's no discussion on number 1. I just want to make sure that that's the case. Okay. Georgia, I see you. I'm going to.
I just want to say that Coral put in some friendly amendments in the chat.
Okay, so when we get to the items right now, I'm asking about item number 1. So I'm going to lower everybody's hands here just so we can start over and just make sure that on number 1, we don't have any discussion. Is that correct? I don't see any hands on number 1. Okay, so now we're going to move on to number 2 that was called out for discussion, which is the connected, excuse me, this is the rebalancing the city bike docks.
Carter, I call that out?
Yes, go ahead, Katie.
Okay, I'm calling it out in a somewhat tangential way, but it's still it's because of COVID, and I would like to suggest a friendly amendment. Overall, I'm very concerned as a person with an underlying condition about the lack of mask wearing. We mentioned earlier. And I felt it would be a good opportunity to add a little language here, maybe a whereas many city bike users are observed without masks on our streets. This is something I observe on a daily basis. And be it further resolved that Community Board 2, during this time of crisis, urges city bikes to have prominent signage on all docking stations, reminding their users to wear masks in accordance with New York State law. it's just, I just, for the public health safety, I'm hoping that we can, use this language to bring home a point.
Shirley, do you have an objection to adding that?
Well, I would accept that. Friendly
Accept that, okay.
Yes.
Katie, can you email that to Shirley and also copy Valerie with the specifics and Amy as well?
Amy
Brunna, Valerie De La Rosa, and Shirley Secunda, just to make sure we're all on track.
Okay.
Since Valerie and Amy are not sitting next to each other and virtually, it's easier to include them by emailing both of them. Okay, is there any other discussions on item number 2? Okay, and just as far as chats, unfortunately, I haven't figured out how to disable the chats for the board members, but it's not appropriate to be using the chat. Everything should be spoken, as this is a public meeting. So just.
Carl's not here?
What's that?
Carl's not here?
I'm here.
No, I don't. We're just talking about number 2.
Oh,
we have not gone to number 3, but I was just noting that that somebody had texted. So if you guys would refrain from that. And now moving on to item number 3, which is for the entitled, I don't have it in front of me, but it's item number 3.
Opening streets and community board.
Okay, here, sorry, it's at the bottom of the page. Opening streets to pedestrians. I have, Michael has his hand up. Other people, if you want to raise your hands, I can recognize you.
Okay, Shirley, I believe it's the be it further resolved, you have something about specific signage, which we did discuss in committee. Yes. I would like to propose a very brief addition to that sentence, specific signage regarding use of the street and adherence to COVID-19 protocols. I think it makes it clearer what it is that we want the signage to say. Use of the street.
The criteria, right, Michael?
It's the criteria, and you say specific signage, and then just add to that regarding use of the street and adherence to COVID-19 guidelines.
I have no objection to that. I certainly can accept that. The signage was meant in a broader way, though, too, which was to talk about the mileage, the required mileage, that the street was closed. And my only concern is if we just say what you have suggested, that it might not convey the other intentions we had. So I'm wondering if we might just extend that signage to say your suggestion plus entry and speed limit.
Excellent. I think that would be perfect.
Okay. So does everybody agree on that? Okay. Entry.
Okay, I'll also have Coral.
Speed limit. Okay. That's great. Thanks, Michael.
Are you ready for me, Shirley?
Yes, I sure am, Coral.
I have 2 friendly amendments. They're minor, but I think they clean it up a little bit. In the 4th whereas, ending with a period after outdoor recreation. And in the 1st, be it further resolved to add active construction sites to the list of exclusions.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Wait, can you just repeat the 4th whereas? What was the, can you repeat that so everybody can
In the 4th whereas, ending with the period after outdoor recreation, period.
And then you want to remove the subsequent text?
Yeah, it just seems extraneous too.
Okay, and that subsequent text, just so everybody's aware, is even as one CB2 Manhattan constituent said for teaching your kid to ride a bike. So we'll take that out.
Coral, you asked, you.
And then the be it further resolved, right? I'm sorry? To add active construction sites to the list of exclusions.
Okay.
Right.
Which be it resolved, Coral?
It's the first be it resolved.
Okay, and then
the bottom, the last sentence.
It's simply one of the criteria, right, Coral?
Yeah, it's the
second. I don't care which one, what
No
order.
problem.
It's just that it's added in there.
It's the second be it further resolved, and which is the top one on the
You're right.
on the 4th page of the resolutions.
It's the last sentence that it reads, exclusions would include bus routes, streets in immediate proximity to that one. So just adding it somewhere in that sentence.
And the whereas you just want to eliminate that last phrase, right?
Yes, because it seems arbitrary
Yeah,
and extraneous to the
it
point.
doesn't move the argument. No problem. Let's get rid of it. Thank you. I accept both.
Thank you.
Okay, David.
Hi, all. Good evening, everybody. You know, I spoke about this at the committee meeting, Shirley, as you know. And there's much about this I like. I like the idea of closing streets temporarily for pedestrians. I'd like to go out, not worrying about, although there's not a lot of cars or people, but I would like to go out and without looking over my shoulder. And there's much about this that I like, but there's some things that are disturbing me. Let me just jump in right away. You know, bids were present and invited to speak. None of the block association, I'm president of a large and old block association on Carmine Street. No one spoke to me about it. No one spoke to Libby Mann, who's my BBC Bedford Barrow. No one spoke to Kathy Donaldson from the Barrow Commerce Block Association and others. And, you know, the bids are bids. They have a mission. It's the Business Improvement District. But the real boots on the ground, the real micro boots on the ground that understand the intricacies of the streets of the block associations. And I feel that this was done outside of reaching out to any of us to come have an opportunity to, I mean, I'm on the board, so I had an opportunity to speak, but others didn't. And, or they didn't come. But the bids all showed up and they had their point of view. So I'm not happy with that. I didn't think it was consulted. And now that we hear the criteria from Carlina, it looks like we're going to be way at the bottom of implementation on this, because they're looking at the more dense population neighborhoods that are going to go first. Probably CB2 and all of Manhattan has the lightest population in all of Manhattan now, community board. And so I don't think that we're going to be a priority. I think they're going to roll it out. And I think we have time to really go back now that we've heard the guidelines of what Carlina was saying today, which was more, we didn't know, and none of that was mentioned at the meeting about sidewalks and about residential units where the 2 or 3 families are living in one residential unit, and all the kinds of things that she spoke about. And I really would like to get this straight, because I felt at the meeting we were kind of pulling it together. Oh, I think this is a good block. Oh, I think that was a good block. Now we could do a really good job on this now that we have some more of the criteria, you know, at hand. I think also that the sidewalks in the village, you know, when I don't see a lot of people going on in the village, but I'm still for this. The other thing is, and this is going to be a little controversial, I've always been a very firm believer that people from a neighborhood should have more of a say over their environment than people not from the neighborhood. It's been something I've advocated for years. You know, people who live near a restaurant or people who live near an outdoor table situation should have a greater voice than those that are in other parts of the district who are not so impacted. However, I think that we have an obligation to really, you know, cover a larger geographic area. I think there are some streets in Soho that can be looked at. I think that we ought to, you know, sit down with Soho people. We know who they are. The streets that, I mean, Broadway, I agree, it should be out of the question. But you know, right behind it is Crosby, which is, you know, a much smaller block. It ends, you know, at House Street. That would be a very good street to open up, Crosby Street. And I think that we just can't say that because we did get a lot of letters that Soho should not participate in this. I feel kind of strongly about it, actually, that we ought to have a good distribution, geographic distribution of streets. They're all like kind of bundled up a little bit in the west and central part of the village, and more in the west village. So what I want to propose, and I would like, you know, to see if the board agrees with me, since we're not going to be implemented, according to Carlina, we're not going to be first online here. And the T&T committee is having another meeting, what is it, next week? That we take this back to committee and we really, with the new guidelines that we learned about tonight, we really do this in a more professional way, understanding what we need to do, understanding what now the sponsors of the bill have in mind. Look at other neighborhoods that maybe were excluded too arbitrarily on the first run. I think we ought to reach out to the block associations. The bids do not really speak for much of CB2. They have some areas that they speak for, but I'm not comfortable with business improvement districts, speaking for the entire community. Reach out. We have plenty of block associations. We're loaded with block associations in the village. Reach out and really sit down, have conversation with us all, and try to hash out an intelligent, erudite plan for opening streets, which I like, at CB2. We're going to be a destination no matter what. I mean, they could say all they want about it's for local people. The village is always a destination. That's why we have so many restaurants. People want to come down to the village, and they'll come down. And you know what? We can live with that. I don't want it to be a bike highway. I like the idea of kids learning to ride their bike in there. There's a lot of good stuff in this thing. But I don't, it says for pedestrians. I want to keep it for pedestrians. I don't want bikes all over the place, because that's going to ruin it for pedestrians. It's going to ruin it for a lot of the seniors who, are threatened by it all. So that's what I'd like to propose. I'd like to propose that we send this back to the committee now with the criteria better enunciated by Carlina, and take a look at what we're going to open and close.
Okay,
Is that you putting that motion on the floor, David?
Yes, it's not a friendly resolution. I understand that. And I'm not.
Are you asking me to respond to a friendly amendment?
I'd like, you could always respond. I'm always open to conversation.
If you want,
I don't mind you responding. I'm open to
conversation. Would like to put that motion on the floor to discuss it. Does somebody like to second that?
Okay.
I have some hands up. I don't know if they're in respect to this. If anybody wants to second this, they can unmute themselves.
I second.
Okay, so Rocio seconds this. So motion's on the floor. We don't need to vote on that, correct? We can discuss the motion. I'm not a parliamentarian. Does anybody like to comment on that?
Can I address myself?
I'm interested in Shirley's opinion. Is she willing to do it?
To put the motion on the table? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. If Shirley agrees,
I would like to answer. I would like to.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that is it appropriate to not vote on this, to put the motion on the table, or do we need to vote to put the motion on the table?
Well, I think we need to listen to Shirley as a response first.
No. David made a motion, and we're acting on the motion first.
Well, I'm agreeing with that. I'd like to hear what Shirley has to say about it.
I understand that, but you put a motion on the table and it was seconded, and so that's what's in front of us for discussion. It supersedes the existing one. It doesn't mean we can't have our opinions on it. I'm just trying to say that that's the discussion order, and this is either defeated or not, or withdrawn. So
okay.
That's,
yeah, we have to, otherwise the conversation's pointless.
right. So we're segregating the conversation now on whether or not this should be sent back to the committee. That's what we're discussing right now. First.
Okay.
And so,
still would like to hear from Shirley.
Well, of course, Shirley can comment on it. I just want to make sure procedurally we're discussing things not all over the place, but as we, in a manner in which we can, move forward efficiently here.
Okay. Shirley.
Shirley,
I mean, I'm just going to address this as far as procedure. Procedurally, in case none of you noticed, we sent out a dedicated notice to the full community asking for their input on preferences and suggestions for locations of these proposed open streets. Everybody was contacted. I don't know what you're talking about in terms of the bids. The bids attended and they were certainly called on to give their input, which they wanted to do. So I really question that we were not fair in reaching out to the community. We reached out to the entire community. And if you would like to
and David, can I also just add that the bids did not specifically, other than the meat packing, provide input on specific streets per se. They were supportive of the idea, but they didn't say, oh, you need to do this street and these blocks. That was left up to suggestions made initially by the community through emails to the committee, and thereafter added and subtracted to during the committee meeting.
Well, wasn't Broadway put on there by the bid?
No, we made the decision to put Broadway on that. And
Not what I understand, actually, but okay.
And we also had 158 attendees. So this was a very heavily attended meeting, and an original list was adjusted based on not only the input we got originally, but on the input from the other 100 some odd people who came to the meeting.
Right, most of the people that were at the meeting, I believe, were Soho people. And I'm just saying to you that.
Well, that was because.
Well, wait a minute, Shirley. When you spoke, I didn't interrupt you. Let me just finish the sentence, right? And then, when you talk, I be quiet.
Go ahead. Say what you need to.
No, okay. So I think that it was heavily weighted to the Soho people. I think they organized around it. And I think that's, and for people who were at the committee meeting, it was heavily laden with Soho people. And that's fine. That's great. I like participation. I'm just saying that, speaking to the immediate block associations, no one see, and I know that you say you sent the letter out, but there was, I feel, not a real attempt to, pick up and make sure that the block association saw the letter, invited them to come. I think it's an important issue. And I think that we are the boots on the ground. And I think that we're not under the time pressure to get back. I don't know why there's a resistance, since you're having another meeting next week. And since Carlina says that, we're way down the food chain on this, why there's some resistance now with the new criteria that we understand, which we did not discuss our criteria at the meeting, because we didn't know it. Now that we knew it better, I don't know why there's resistance to get it a little straighter. I don't know why, my idea of having a better geographic distribution of this would not be something that we all should embrace.
I really haven't been given a chance to finish what I was saying.
No, please.
Finish right now. Thank you for your support, everybody who came, in when I was talking. I don't agree with you, David. We have, this is usually our procedure. We send out a notice, okay? But in addition to that, we were very concerned about voicing our support for the open streets. And that's what this resolution is about. Obviously, we will be meeting next week again, our May meeting, and it may be a good idea to reach out to people and say, attend this meeting, so that we can continue because this has been looked at as an iterative process, that yes, we can send our resolution, which is in support of open streets and the reasons why, and indicate that we have developed the set of criteria and an initial list. And it says in the resolution, it's initial. And this resolution, in my opinion, does need to be sent out. As far as the Soho situation, that can be discussed again at our meeting in May. There is no reason why it can't, except I will tell you this, that the committee in the first place had talked about this particular kind of situation, and we had agreed, and this was in advance of anything from Soho, we had agreed that if a certain location was objected to, and objected to in a heavy way, or a certain area, that we would be happy to not put that on our list. And I'll give you the 2 reasons why. One of the reasons is you have to have, you're going to have people on the block, people in that neighborhood vicinity who are going to probably have to be involved in management. We're talking about something where we're not going to have high enforcement by the police. So we have to have a real involvement in the management. So this was one of the reasons. And you know what? I'm blocking out on the other one, but it was just as important. And now I'm losing my train of thought. But basically, my feeling is that there is nothing in this resolution that cannot be sent out right now. And I feel that we need to get our dibs in, because Carlina is saying that, you know, they don't know exactly when they'll get to us or whatever. Well, let's start getting our dibs in and at least show them that we're really working on this thing. And yes, we should definitely continue on this in our May meeting. And there's no reason why we can't send out another note asking the community to come. And by the way, it should be more than the block associations. There are lots of other groups in the community.
I agree with that.
That
There are lots of other groups.
Reach. And I think maybe we should, not a bad idea, it's a focus if we want to get that memo out to those specific associations, although I would think they would be on our list anyhow. Okay, that's my 2 or 3 or 5 cents.
Just as a point here, one of the things that we did not do is post. We generally post, and Bob Gormley had reminded me of that. And that's often how, when we have specific agenda items, how people are made aware of them. And so people may get our emails, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're reading them. So
okay, so then we'll have to figure out an alternative to the posting for our next meeting.
And that, Dan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. Let me just make sure. Am I unmuted? Yes.
Dan, I can't.
Yeah, you're unmuted.
You're breaking up a little. I'm having trouble.
Can you hear me?
Others can hear you, but it was not clear. Okay, now I can hear you better.
It may not be just you. It might be your connection, David.
Yes, it might be.
All right, thank you. So I feel strongly about Shirley. I mean, what Shirley had to say. CB2 was asked to opine. We did so. We didn't include any blocks that there was any opposition to, even though there was plenty of proponents for those blocks. We did not include them. So from what I understand, we were asked for recommendations. These aren't set in stone, as Shirley just said. And there were no objections to the blocks that are on this list by residents or block associations. It's true, the TNT committee did not specifically call out to block associations to consult them, to make sure that they would weigh in. But they didn't do that with the bids either. The bids read the emails. And by the way, there are only 2 of 7 bids that were there. I think with Mark and Cordelia, actually a third one, meatpacking. But meatpacking took it very differently. Meatpacking gave us very small blocks adjacent to parks. And the same thing with Hudson Square bid. They're looking at it as a microcosm. They're looking at it very different. Hey, this block isn't used at all, let's use this. We didn't actually include that because the committee wasn't able to opine on it. So it's still an open book and it's a process. And Eric Botcher, who was at the meeting, said 3 or 4 times that no blocks would be turned into safe streets before block associations are consulted. So we either have a choice here not to have any voice whatsoever, or we can say, here's the first start to what we think could work. That's all I have to say.
Okay, can I have an opportunity?
I've got a few other people who want to speak, so if we could just have them.
I just want to have an opportunity to.
You'll have it, don't worry. Okay. Matt?
Sorry, I should have put my hand down. I will not, it's not for the amendment. It's for the original question.
Lois? You have to unmute yourself, Lois. You want me to unmute you? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's really very simple. We have a May meeting. We will continue with what the resolution must stand, as I hope people will vote for it. I'm a member of BAMRA. I used to be the resident chair. Every member of BAMRA usually reads the calendar. So for next week, and it's very short, in the calendar, may I suggest that the list of the streets that were, I don't know, nominated, you want to use nominated or suggested, be listed in the calendar. Please Zoom in to the meeting or email your thoughts. It's very simple. That's all I have to say.
There was one thing that was raised, and Shirley, just if you could clarify, it was stated that we've been asked to provide the lists of these streets. And I was just wondering when we were asked and by whom we were asked.
I'm sorry, but that is not in the resolution.
No, but I mean, it was to the point
where did you
that.
get that impression?
No. I just, Dan had mentioned that we had been requested to opine on this.
No, I don't think I used that exact language. I said that we were supposed to give ideas on what might work. I don't think that's the same thing, Carl.
Okay,
the reason that we started this was because you and I had a discussion and thought this was an important issue to address.
Absolutely.
Because the council was proposing the bill in favor of opening streets to pedestrians. That's how this particular item came into our agenda.
It actually came backpedaling a bit more. It was under the discussion on Broadway. I had mentioned to you that there was extreme opposition from Soho and from the Broadway Residents Committee.
You mentioned that much later, but I wouldn't have done that with my agenda. You and I discussed the agenda.
I had mentioned it, and I also mentioned that
that is it.
And then I mentioned it was a bus route and a truck route, and it was different from Broadway.
That was after we decided on the item for the agenda. You gave me your personal opinion.
I did that 2 weeks ago, and the item was just put on the agenda last week. But that's, nevertheless, it's, all right, so Janet.
So I just want to, what we did choose, and we were very careful in these choices. Obviously, there were a lot. We eliminated what wasn't wanted. And then one of the criteria for the first sets of shared street is to release pressure on the parks. Mayor de Blasio listed 3 criteria. So that's why we're actually very conservative with this list. And, University Place, McDougald, and Greenwich Street are specifically are park adjacent and to relieve pressure on the park. So we thought as a starting point, that was solid. So for those of you who aren't at the meeting and to understand our thinking. Of course, I support Shirley, I support the resolution, but just to understand that this was a very conservative selection to begin with.
Okay, great. Thanks. Coral.
All right. So I just had 2 things to mention. One, I appreciate, Dan, that you read a couple of the letters that were submitted for tonight that were in favor for Soho. But for the broader board, I think to understand the direct feelings of residents of Soho, providing the 150 letters or so, I think it was about that many that came in to the board so that they can see the discrete opposition and that it is from many residents from many different backgrounds. I think just to make sure that people understand what it is and so we don't have to revisit it or at the May meeting or later, because people should have that into their overall knowledge when they approach this. And then secondly, are there block associations for the specific streets in this resolution that we know of that have not been consulted?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me or?
David,
I'm asking everyone. That's the only thing. If there are block associations of the specific streets that are included in this resolution, maybe we should ask them.
Okay. Well, okay.
David, this is
I don't know if there are or not.
Question that Shirley can answer.
Okay.
Again, everybody was consulted, okay, through our memo. And this is not a done deal. It is said in the resolution that we will be consulting with the community.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the resolution. I'm just thinking that if there were to be a problem, it might be a block association on those particular blocks feeling not consulted. That's all.
Okay, Dr. Smith. Shirley? Let's see, maybe I'll unmute you. Maybe that'll help. Shirley?
Thanks. I was about to ask the same question that Carol just asked about specific block associations and were they contacted. So she asked my question.
Okay, Matt, your hand is back up. Is this?
I did not mean it to be. That being said, never mind. You know.
Well, you can use your opportunity to comment. You had your hand up.
I think obviously we should present some idea, some resolution. I mean, we should give our input. There is no downside to giving our input and coming back next month, and it is next month, which is, you know, while the committee meeting might be next week, the board meeting is not for another month. In an emerging infectious disease and the response there too, speed matters, and sometimes you hit hiccups, and sometimes you got to go back to the drawing board. Sometimes you got to make revisions. I mean, you know, it's an evolving situation. I think surely, I am saying this as a novice. I've been very proud to be on this board, and I don't know, you're one of the reasons why. I think you did a great job with this. I think we're doing a great job all around. So I don't know. I don't see a reason not to pass the rest.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Cormac. You're still
Sorry,
muted.
I had to unmute.
There you go.
I just wanted to call the question.
I'd like to comment before it's called, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we still have a few more speakers. Is that you okay with withdrawing that, Cormac, or is that not something you want to withdraw?
I'm okay with withdrawing it if the speakers are going to speak to the point, because,
right,
you know,
and that's
back and forth about who decided when this thing's posted and that kind of stuff.
Excellent point. The question that's on the table right now, and the point that I was making earlier, is about sending this back to committee for further discussion. The committee is meeting again next week, and so that's what's on the table. Ritu.
Okay, so the point that I would like to make is this is an iterative process. The amount or length of streets that will be accepted from any one area is quite limited. The mayor wants to include 40 miles in the month of May throughout the city. That leaves any community board area with a very, very limited amount of space that might even be considered. So these are just suggestions, most of which will be discarded because there won't be enough area to allow for it all. That is what we attempted to do as a first round. And while the list is changeable, it is adaptable, it is flexible going forward, I think it would be helpful to provide at least a bare bones idea of what things could look like for people to chime in. When we came up with a draft list, it allowed a great amount of participation for those who were for and many of those who were against. And that is true going forward to use next week's meeting to the greatest advantage that we may have in the time that we have. It will allow people to focus on specific criteria as well as particular streets in order to provide their opinion, whether that's a resident, whether that's a business owner, or whether that's a block association. So I just wanted to say that I'm very supportive of moving forward and making this an iterative process as opposed to a yay or nay, this is what's going to be out there and there isn't anything else. This is just the beginning of a process.
And just Ritu, I think to echo, I had made that point that one of the most important things here, because this is such an important part, is to come up with the criteria list and support that as a board. The actual specifics, you know, is not as important right now, but that criteria is critical for the full board to really have a discussion about. And so I just put that out there for the people who are at the meeting so that they understand that while we're gathered, it's something that we should be discussing specifically, the criteria. Georgia.
No.
I don't know if I can call the question, but I just want to say that I support Shirley. I support this resolution. I think it puts CB2 on the map of interested districts. The specificity of the streets can be worked out later. The resolution itself says they're only preliminary and they're suggestions. It's kind of like a broad outline of what we'd like to see. And I think it's then really important that this is not a one-off deal. This is a conversation that extends to May and maybe June. And frankly, this is something our community board should be thinking about post-COVID-19, is providing more access for non-vehicular ways of moving through our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thanks, Katie?
So,
hold on. We still have a couple of, hold on. I think I need to unmute Katie. Sorry, I lowered her hand. I'm unmuting her. Katie? Did I do that with the right one? Katie, you're unmuted. Did you want to speak? Okay, we'll just hold there.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes, Katie, go ahead.
Which unmute do you push? Thank you. Do I push? In looking and listening to everything and in looking at the resolution, perhaps everyone's concerns could be addressed if the
Well, we're not
language,
speaking to the resolution. We're speaking
no,
sending it back to committee.
Well, I don't know then.
You can speak again, but I just want to keep us on point that we're talking about sending this back to committee or not. Rocio?
I think you should definitely send this back to the committee. And by the end, we hear this again, it's going to be a moot point. There is very little traffic, as far as I understand, in the village. And I think it's just really a waste of a lot of our time to be thinking about this right now. Send it back to the committee and let everyone that needs to speak about it come back and speak about it. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
I have heard that DOT plans on acting on this fairly quickly. It's really unusual in our city for things to move fast, but there is speed here. And as was pointed out, if we go back, we're not talking about a week, we're talking about a month delayed, and it could handicap CB2.
Adam,
yeah, and I'm in the
you had your hand up.
neighborhood.
Sorry, I'm just going on people who had their hands up. Adam, you don't want to speak? Okay. Georgia?
I just want to say I'm sheltering in place in my New York City apartment on Bleecker Street, and the sidewalks. So in order for me to walk safely down the sidewalk, I need 6 feet on all sides of my body. The sidewalks are not 12 feet or 13 feet. You always have to step into the road or do some weird kind of dance. And this is even on like a rainy day. It only takes you and another person to be on a sidewalk. On a sunny day, on sunny days, I stay home because it's not worth the stress. This is really an important issue. And for folks who may have left the village and the neighborhood, perhaps you can't see the impact it's having on folks who are here, but it's really important. And again, I'm gonna support this resolution.
Adam, you're back with us? Are you unmuted? You're unmuted, I believe, on our side. I've just lost you on the list. Sorry.
Can you hear me now? I apologize.
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead, Adam.
My headset broke. I apologize for that. I was just going to basically echo the same sentiment that having seen firsthand what the streets look like, there's insufficient room to social distance on the street. I think there is an imperative to move quickly here. I think that sending it back to committee is not productive. It's going to cause a delay that we can't handle right now. And that's my opinion on the question of whether we should send it back to the committee.
Okay, and Amy, Brenna, you'd also raised your hand. You sent me a text because you're co-hosting this. You can't raise your hand. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just want to say that I sat through most of the meeting last time, traffic and transportation. I don't know, it seems to me that somehow, I understand maybe not all the block groups were there, but a ton of people were there. And this went on for a really long time. It seemed to me that there was a lot of participation. I understand the conversations about whether there should be space, but I thought the point that Dave was trying to make is, should we send this back and just put aside all the work that's been done and that incredibly long meeting with all the people and all the work that came in. So what I'm saying is I'm not, you know, I hear what everybody's saying about I live in the village and this and that, but I don't think that's what the question is. The question is, do we put aside all the work that's already happened and start from scratch again at the next meeting? I would say that based on the language, I would approve the resolution the way it is, and then encourage more people to come to the next meeting, which I'm sure will also be like a 5-hour meeting with tons of people. So I would like to call the question too. I think the point is, do we put aside all the work that's been done with enormous amounts of participation, or do we keep that because it says clearly that it is just the beginning of the conversation, and then we encourage more people to come in May? That's all I think.
Do you want to cut off question before everybody who hasn't had a chance to speak has spoken?
No, I'm not saying that.
One more
I'm just
speaker.
saying what I think. I'm just saying that I thought the question Dave was saying was.
No, I understand. I just had one more speaker, which was Susan, who hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, no, I'm not saying we should not let everybody speak. I'm sorry if that's what it sounded.
Oh, well, that's what the question is. So I'm just.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
So I'm just saying
Susan?
that, yeah.
Thank you. I will be very quick. I just wanted to say that I agree that time is really important and we should just stick with this. And I think it's an excellent start. And I think that when the conversation continues, when we keep talking about the 150 people in Soho who wrote letters, I mean, I think you have to, that's a big number, but it's clear that most of those people aren't living in Soho now because their perception of the reality is not like what Georgia describes, which is what it is in Soho, that you know, everybody has to be really careful. And that number, I think we need to filter out some of the input from people who aren't, their daily life isn't as impacted. And I hope we move forward on this, and I hope we present it in a way that shows that our first concern is for safety of everybody. And, you know, we're supportive of the plan and go forward.
Call the question.
We still have another person who hasn't spoken, which is Janine Kiley.
I like to call the question.
Okay. So everybody has had a chance to speak once, and so I think that the call to questions have it there. I just wanted, because of the format we're in, it's really difficult for us convening as a board to do that. So the motion on the table that we're going to be voting on is whether or not to send this back to the Traffic and Transportation Committee. We're going to have to do this as a roll call vote. Just because that's the way, that's what we're limited to have an open vote. So, Valerie?
Can you clarify the vote?
Yes, the vote is to send this back, was whether or not to send this back to the committee
So
for
if you vote
discussion
yes,
next week.
So if you vote yes, you're saying send it back.
That's correct. If you vote yes, it's to send it back to committee. Vote no is to
thank you.
To continue on discussion with the underlying resolution.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
Valerie, I will.
All right. Susanna Aaron.
No.
Keenberger.
No.
Carter Booth.
No.
Katie Bordenaro.
Hold on a second. Let me just.
It's going to be defeated. But.
You're unmuted.
No.
Katie, you have to unmute your phone.
No. Can you hear me yet?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, no.
Okay. Anita Brandt.
No.
Thank you. Amy Brenna.
No.
Rich Cacapolo.
No.
Ritu Chaudhry.
No.
Tom Connor's not here. Coral Dawson.
Sorry, no.
Thank you. Valerie De La Rosa, no. Doris Diether. She should be unmuted. Doris? Okay. I'll come back to her. Bob Ely?
No.
Thank you. Mara Fitzgerald?
No.
Cormac Flynn?
No.
Joseph Gallagher?
No.
Thank you. Susan Gammy?
No.
David Gruber?
I'll abstain. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
It's ridiculous for me to vote anything. I mean, it's going against me.
Wayne
I don't
Plot?
even have a symbolic vote, you know.
No.
Susan Kent?
No.
Janine Kiley?
No.
Patricia Laria?
No.
Michael Levine?
No.
Janet Liff?
No.
Ed Ma? You did. Ed? Ed Ma?
Yes, no, yes, no, no.
A no vote for you, Ed, correct?
Yes, no, no. Sorry. No.
Thanks.
No.
Maud Marin is not here. Matthew Metzger?
No.
Daniel Miller?
No.
他们又点名了，
Brian Pate?
孩子嘛，听见大家都笑，我就说 no。
Brian Pape, sorry, I missed that.
That's a no.
Thank you. Donna Raftery?
No.
Lois Rakoff?
No.
Bo Riccobono?
No.
Robin Rothstein?
No.
Sandy Russo is not here. Rocio Sands?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott Sergiano? Okay. Shirley Secunda?
No.
Kristen Shea?
No.
Frederica
You
Siegel?
missed Scott. Did you miss Scott?
No. And Doris Diether is back as well.
Okay. Scott Sartiano? I don't see him. Okay, Doris Diether?
We need to unmute Doris.
She's unmuted.
Doris, can you hear us?
Okay, I'm gonna go. Frederica Siegel?
No.
Thank you. Georgia Silvera Siemens?
No.
Thank you. Dr. Shirley Smith?
No.
Chenault Spence?
No.
Susan Wittenberg?
No.
Anthony Wong?
Nope.
Adam Zeldin?
No.
Okay, the motion doesn't carry. There's one yes, one abstention, and I have no idea how many no's, but clearly it does not carry. We're going to go back to discussing the resolution, and at this point, I'm going to lower all the hands, and people can now go back and raise their hands if they'd like to discuss the issue.
I would like to call the question.
Okay. I wanted to point out one thing which I had raised at the meeting, and this is with respect to next week's meeting, and this is a procedural issue, just so people are aware. Because the executive committee is meeting each week, the executive committee is allowed to exercise the board's opinion prior to the next full board meeting. And so if it were to come to pass that we would need to have any recommendations that were submitted or positioned, we could do that based on very easily, and I think in the spirit of things, with the vote of whatever it is that occurs at the next traffic and transportation meeting next week, just in case that we need some official correspondence. I mean, it's been indicated to me that I think all of our electeds and everything are going to work with everyone to, have the best positions before. But I just wanted to raise that with everybody. That's why we're doing weekly executive committee meetings, is so that the board can be nimble and can act. And I just want to make sure that people are aware of that. It's not that we're trying to circumvent anything here, but it's sometimes we do need to put forward our opinions on that. So, and whatever it may be, it may not be this, it may be something else. I just want to make sure people are aware of that. I didn't hear a second, but I see Katie has her hand up.
The second call for a question.
Okay, so you guys want to cut off discussion even though people want to discuss this?
Been discussed. Ad infinitum.
Well, we only discussed the motion before with respect to whether or not it was being
It was
sent.
covered. It was covered.
I second.
Okay.
You now need a vote on that.
Okay, can you hear
so
me?
we're going to
I'm
vote
sorry.
on
It's
calling
really
to question.
no. I had my hand up and I was recognized, but no one could hear me because of the lag technologically. So, and I wanted to go back to what I was saying before. Before all of this calling the question occurred. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and you did have your hand up. I mean, does anybody have an objection? Do we want to vote on calling the question, or do we want to hear from Katie first before we do that?
Well, point of order would be that calling the question is on the table.
Okay,
But
and I'm
but
the
I
first
had my
one
hand
to say that I don't agree with cutting off other board members, but that's okay. I would have hoped that this resolution is something that we could voted for in the most unanimous fashion possible, because it is so important. And I think that cutting off dialogue, if board members vote one way or another based on that, is not appropriate. But if we're going to vote on calling to question, that's fine.
But I'm objecting because I had my hand up. I was recognized, and it was just technological that I couldn't, I couldn't be heard. I was in front of the call, calling the question.
Then she should have a right to speak.
Okay, and then Katie, go ahead.
I will speak very briefly because this is the point I was trying to make before. Perhaps the resolution could just emphasize a little bit more the fact that there is going to be another meeting and there's going to be more opportunity for more input from block associations and community groups, and that might alleviate some of the questions that David raised and still address everybody else's concerns, which I agree with, that the overcrowding on the sidewalks is dangerous. But this is a community board, and we do want to encourage as much participation as possible. So if Shirley would accept just beefing that up with a few more emphasis, bold or a couple more words, that might help. That's my suggestion.
I don't accept it, okay?
Okay, that's fine. But thank you for the opportunity to put it forward.
But I do think that we can put out a notice from the office stressing the things that.
Well, we've been told that no decisions will be made without contacting the community groups. I don't know why we're not including that in our resolution, but we've been that's been told and shared with us by the elected official officers.
I think I'd like to see the resolution stand as it is.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion, or can we move on to voting? Okay. So do you guys want to withdraw your call to question, and we can put this into the omnibus bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to move this item number 3 on traffic and transportation, and items number 1 and 2 to the omnibus bill, so we can just have one more vote, I hope, on this going forward. The roll calls, okay, we'll do that. And then the next item that we have is originating from the executive committee. I believe it was shared with everybody, and this is with respect to a vote we took last month because of the technological issues. We couldn't hear a friendly amendment that was put forward by Susan Wittenberg. She was showing up as somebody else who was muted, and so I'm going to propose that we will add to the omnibus bill a vote to rescind the second, I believe it was the second resolution with respect to Aurora, which is a proposed language for CB2 resolution regarding the qualifying tenant for offsite community benefit space at 7 to 11 Weehawken Street, 300 West 10th Street, and 171, 177 Christopher Street, agreed to in conjunction with 4674 Gansford Street, restricted declaration. So I'm going to put forward that we have a rescind vote. We're not going to vote on it right now because I think we can do that as part of the omnibus bill. And now Robin is going to present the slight changes to that that we would then put in its place. Robin?
Sure. Yeah. So it's just we're broadening the type of, it's broadening beyond just performing arts to other arts-related production entities. That's sort of the main thrust, and then everything else is just about and or other artists and art production entities. So this just expands upon the groups that can be eligible for this space beyond just performing arts. Is that all you wanted me to do?
Yeah, or just so I.
So therefore, be it resolved is exactly the same.
Right. So there was a change in the first whereas, which removed. It said it's a preference. It now says it's a preference for performing arts or other arts-related production entities that have a record of stability in the community board. And then in the fourth whereas, it also is expanded to performing artists and or other artists in the art production entities. So those are the main changes. Anybody want to discuss this further? Is there any objection? I don't see any hands up. Okay, so there's no unwillingness to place both the rescind the resolution from March and to add in the resolution from today that we had just presented and replace it with that. No objection. Okay, so we'll move both those items 1 and 2 from the executive committee into the omnibus vote. And so now we have completed the business session. And so we're going to vote on items number schools and educations. There are 2 resolutions. So resolution 1 and 2 in landmarks. There's voting on resolution 1 and 3 through 5. And then on for the SLA licensing, we're going to be voting on items 1 through 20. And for traffic and transportation, we're going to be voting on item number 1, item number 2 is amended by Katie, and then also item number 3 is amended by Michael and Coral. And then we're going to be voting on executive resolutions with respect to the Gansford restricted declaration, which is specific to the Weehawken site. And the items, just so everybody is familiar, I believe that there was a recusal on item number 1 in the landmarks, so we should make sure about that. And there were some questions on item 4 and SLA licensing, so if anybody wants to specifically note that. And then obviously on the traffic and transportation, there were some issues on number 3. So people, if you want to vote differently, they can vote differently on that. And then those are the items that were had any issues. So Valerie?
Yep. Susanna Aaron?
Sorry about that. Yes.
So you voting yes on all items?
I'm voting yes on everything.
Okay.
All right. Keenberger?
Yes.
Thank you. Carter Booth?
Yes, and just going forward, if people can just clarify that they're voting on all items, just so that we have that for our record.
Yes, on all.
On all items.
That's what it means to have an omnibus.
Katie Bordenaro?
Yes on all.
Thank you. Anita Brandt?
Yes on all, recusal on item 1, landmarks.
Got it. Amy Brenna?
Yes on all.
Rich Cacapolo?
Yes on all.
Thank you. Ritu Chaudhry?
Yes on all.
Tom Connor is not here. Coral Dawson.
Yes on all.
Thank you. Valerie De La Rosa, yes on all. Doris Diether. She's unmuted. Doris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes or no on the omnibus vote, which would be for all. If you could say yes, all, or no, and call it the particular one.
Can just say yes.
Thank you. Bob Ely.
Yes on all.
Thank you. Mara Fitzgerald.
Yes on all except number 4 for SLA, which was Pier 45. No.
So no on number 4 for SLA for you. Great. Thank you. Cormac Flynn.
Yes on all.
Joseph Gallagher.
Yes on all.
Thank you. Susan Gammy.
Yes on all.
David Gruber.
Yes on all.
Wayne Kowadler.
Yes on all.
Susan Kent.
Yes on all.
Janine Kiley.
Yes on all.
Thank you. Patricia Laria.
Yes, and no on the SLA number 4.
Except for number 4 on SLA. Michael Levine.
Yes on all.
Perfect. And he's already set. Perfect. Janet Liff.
Yes on all. Am I not unmuted? Yes, no, yeah. Yes on all.
Okay. Hold on. Ed Ma.
On all.
Thank you. Yes on all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Maud Marin is not here. Matthew Metzger.
Yes on all.
Thank you. Daniel Miller.
Yes on all.
Brian Pape.
Yes on all.
Great. Donna Raftery.
Yes on all.
Lois Rakoff.
Yes on all.
Bo Riccobono.
Yes on all.
Okay. Robin Rothstein.
Yes on all except for number 4 SLA.
Okay, yes on all except for number 4 on SLA. Sandy Russo is not here. Rocio Sands.
Yes on all except vote no against item 3 on traffic.
Yes, except for number 3 on traffic. Thank you. Pat Sartiano. Not here. Shirley Senda. Mute. Shirley Secunda. Did she sign off? Shirley? Shirley Secunda?
Oh,
Back with
yes
her.
on all. Can you
Thank
hear me?
you. Kristen Shea?
Yes to all.
Thank you. Frederica Siegel?
Yes to all.
Thank you. Georgia Silvera Siemens?
Yes to all except SLA number 4.
Okay. Dr. Shirley Smith?
Yes to all except SLA number 4.
Okay. Chenault Fence?
Yes on all.
Thank you. Susan Wittenberg?
Yes on all.
Thank you. Anthony Wong?
Yes to all.
Thank you. And Adam Zeldin?
Yes on all.
Great.
Okay, so I had noted that we had one recusal on landmarks item number 1, and I think that was, am I correct that there were 3 recusals? Or no, excuse me, 3 against for SLA and item number 4? Is that correct?
I have 5 for 5 against SLA number 4.
Okay.
and one against number 3 on traffic.
Oh, right, and one against traffic.
Mhm.
I have the same numbers you have, Val.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So now we're moving on to new business. Does anybody have any new business that they would like to raise? I don't see any hands up. And before I go to the next item, which is adjournment, I just wanted to note that Bob still originally had on here, please pick up after yourself. And so I just, it's just a reminder that meeting virtually certainly, is one aspect of this, but meeting in person is very different as well. And as we go forward, we're gonna have to see, how this changes things even between board members, in our general interactions. So we'll see how we move forward with this. Bob, did you want to say anything about inside?
No, was I supposed to? No.
No, okay. All right, so is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Take
Thank
care.
you, everybody.
Take care.
Bye, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mark.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Miss you all.
Yes.
Where's the hat, Cormac?
Right. Bye, goodbye.